Monday, March 13th, and if you'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and we'll do roll call attendance.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Lyle.
Here.
M. Cortade. Here. Cook.
Here.
Walters. Present. S. Cortade.
Here.
Friend.
Here. Great, thank you. On the agenda, we have a review for conflict of interest, and I'll just go ahead and declare right away conflict of interest with Holiday Woods Road Special Assessment District. I live in that neighborhood, so I won't be voting on that. And you have someone that, well, first of all, is there a motion to accept the declaration of a conflict?
Motion to accept your conflict.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
Okay. Motion by Cortade, support by Cook, to accept the declaration of conflict of interest. Is there a motion for a chair during that portion of the meeting?
Make a motion to appoint Walters as chair of that part of the meeting.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, motion made by Cortade, support by Bartlett. Since she's the one who said, no, thanks, I'm not going to chair it, we'll make her support it at least. With all that, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no? All right, very good. Any other conflicts? Okay, we'll move on to approval of the agenda. We have our consent agenda, which Ann will be going through, and you'll see that business before the Township Board. We have the National Floodplain Insurance Program and resolution. I would like to move that down to the end. That's not a very contested item. And then we have a public hearing for the Holiday Roads Wood Special Assessment District. That is our second public hearing on that SAD. We have the Grand Traverse Sheriff's Office here with flock cameras, and we'll move on then to the ambulance, which is here to talk to you about Station 9 dorm request and a letter of employment for a part-time paramedic. ARPA discussion on the remaining funds and the consideration of nonprofit organizations. Then we'll move on to Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund, where we have one approved grant and then also one potential application. From there, we have healthcare funding gap, and you all have received notification of that, and there's information in the packet. And then a possible closed session for Center Ice Tax Tribunal case. Is there anything anyone would like added or removed or changed from the agenda?
I'd just like clarification. Are we going to move 8A to before the possible closed session, or are we going to do 8A after?
We could do it before. That's fine. Okay. Any other? Okay, is there a motion to accept the agenda as amended, moving the National Floodplain item?
Motion to approve.
Support.
Okay, motion by Bartlett, second by Walters. Isn't that terrible? Thank you. Geez, I didn't think I was getting that old that quick, but you know, hey.
You don't get any better when you get older.
I'll take it from you, Glenn, for sure. Okay, so motion by Bartlett, support by Walters. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no? Okay, we'll move forward with that agenda. With that, we have public comment. This is the opportunity for public comment, and we'll go over the rules for that, but I will let everybody know that there will be public comment during items 8B, which is the public hearing for the Holiday Woods Road Special Assessment District. I will have public comment for the flock cameras, and during the public hearing for the Grace McDonald Warming Hunt grant application. And obviously, we have public comment now and then at the end. So those are the opportunities, and Ann, if you'll go ahead.
The purpose of the public comment is to give members of the public an opportunity to express their views and opinions to the members of this board. To maintain order and ensure fairness to every speaker, the following rules must be followed during public comment. Speakers will approach the podium and introduce themselves by stating their name and address and proceed to make their comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes and is only allowed to speak once on the same matter. Communication previously emailed to the commission is not necessary to be read aloud. Public comment time may not be given to another member of the public. Any arrangement for speaking on behalf of others must be arranged prior to the meeting. When your time is at 2 minutes 30 seconds, you will be alerted with a yellow signal to wrap up your comment, and at 3 minutes, you will be alerted with a red signal, and the chair will ask you to conclude your comments.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone who would like to offer public comment at this time? Hello, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good.
My name is Eric Armbruster. I'm a resident of Peninsula Township, but I'm here on behalf of Mount Holiday, where I sit as a board member. Later on in your agenda, you guys will be discussing whether or not you may consider using ARPA funds to provide some services to nonprofits. I'm here today to let you know that those of us at Mount Holiday would be very much in favor of that decision, of a positive decision in there. We have much that we're working on. We're in the middle of a large capital campaign, and your assistance in helping us move from point A to point B is very much appreciated by those of us that work there, that volunteer there, and by the kids and families that use our property. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will move right into correspondence and reports, and you'll see you have a letter in there from Betsy Kofia, and also some links to the other meetings minutes. Move on to the consent agenda. Anna, if you would go over that.
The purpose of the consent agenda is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one board motion without discussion. Any member of the board, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent agenda be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent agenda, the action noted in parentheses on the agenda is approved by a single board action adopting the consent calendar. This evening, you have board minutes, February 13th, 2023, regular meeting. Recommend approval. The general fund, check numbers 17704 through 17749, paid in the amount of $71,305.79, with check number 17707 voided. From the emergency fund, check numbers 5237 through 5258, paid in the amount of $63,613.18. The receiving fund, check numbers 2891 through 2891, paid in the amount of $1,972.10. Escrow fund, check numbers 1912 through 1920, paid in the amount of $28,264.97. Nothing paid from the road SAD funds. Two payrolls, the first one dated January 29th through February 11th, check number 7501 through 7502, total $55,336.18. And the payroll dated February 12th through February 25th, check number 7503 through 7504, total $61,905.68. Total amount for payroll, $117,241.86, and total amount paid, $282,397.87. There are no proposed budget adjustments, and other items include All Traffic Solutions contract renewal, multi-year proposal, Michigan Township participating plan grant application and resolution of support, and a resolution of support for sewer project and congressionally directed funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Would any member of the board like anything removed from the consent calendar?
I don't want to remove anything, but I just want to reiterate that I do sit on the grant committee, so I don't get anything for,
Sure.
but I
Thank
just wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
Okay,
Or
thank you, Glenn.
remembered it.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
H3,
Sure. H3, that is the resolution of support for the sewer project and congressionally directed funding. We will put that, why don't we go ahead and put that after the ambulance? So we'll put that after D, we'll do H3. Okay. Would any member of the public like anything removed from the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any, we'll bring that back. And is there a motion? Now, the H2, the resolution of support for the PAR plan will be 2023-10. Is there a,
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the H3 being removed at this time.
okay?
Support.
Okay, a motion by Walters and support by Lyle. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote, Ann?
Walters?
Yes.
Lyle?
Yes.
S. Cortade?
Yes.
M. Cortade?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Bartlett?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes. Okay, and with that, we will move on to our business before the Township Board. The first item in front of us is the public hearing for the Holiday Woods Road Special Assessment District. So with that, I will turn it over to Mindy.
So this is the second public hearing with regards to the Holiday Woods Special Assessment District. We held the first public hearing on February 13th, and at that time, we created the Holiday Woods Special Assessment and ordered creation of the special assessment role and scheduling today's public hearing on the assessment role. Tracy, do you want to go over the papers that you provided today with regards to the special assessment role and the financing?
Yeah, this is the same thing that was published and that you've seen as far as the role. We just didn't have it printed in the packet, so, and we said we would, so there it is. And then, the road commission had, fine-tuned their pricing, and so on the spreadsheet for the projected costs, the last column on the right is the 15 years at 240,000. So the 10% would be 24,000 on that full construction. And we are getting pretty close at the 10% target. If you'll notice that down at the almost bottom, the $2,974.39. In the middle there, that 10% target. If the final costs do not come into that, the road commission has committed to adjusting their fees to hit that mark.
So that the maximum cost per parcel is $2,949.33?
Yes,
And that way, we would not have to have a third public hearing.
right, because if it couldn't get down there, then if for some reason the road commission just can't get it down there, we'd have to have a third public hearing, but they're assuming they're going to be able to get that down, because it's minimal,
Okay.
$30.
How many what was the percentage that signed the petition? Anybody have that?
I don't have that at the top of my head. It was quite significant.
Okay. That's fine.
Is there any other questions for Tracy or before we go to a public hearing?
The two far right columns, the one on the far right's the one we were just talking about at a construction cost of 240, and then the other 15-year column to the left of it's 205. Is that the difference between maybe what was originally estimated and what the refinement is?
Yes.
Is there anybody from the road commission, do you know, to speak to what the changes were? Okay.
Can you come up to the podium though?
I'm Jim Schiffer, I'm here from the Road Commission. We've gone out with to obtain some preliminary numbers from some of the local contractors. The first one we got was quite a bit higher than what we're looking at, but the second one came in and combined with their costs and the cost for engineering, because we are reverting back to at the township's request to the fact that we're going to contribute 25% of the project cost. We've included engineering costs, which, as Tracy mentioned, we're going to work our best to keep that at a very minimum. which shouldn't be too difficult because of the type of work that's going to take place. It's not going to be overall reconstruction and grading and that sort of thing. We're expecting that, we're hoping that as a worst case, that we'll be at that 240 number. And it's based on a preliminary number that we've got. And let's keep in mind that this is all prior to full design, because we can't move forward until after the results of tonight. So, but we have done a lot of prelim work, and so we've got some good information that we provided to the contractors so they could give us some ballpark estimates.
So this number that we're looking at, even though it's over 10% increase in construction costs, is still an estimate?
Still an estimate, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, the first one is what you call a windshield
Yes,
estimate.
correct, yep.
Okay.
I do have some good news to report, and that is that we will have numbers for crack filling and for the chip seal portion of the project that we'll have in hand before this goes out for bid. So, and those will be based on pricing that we'll get for larger volume of work. So we're hoping that that will be even better than you would get if you put that out as a single project. So, you know, we're optimistic, and we would hope certainly to not have to go with another notice and resolution, but we'll see where it takes us.
What was the nature of the increase? I mean, any explanation? I would figure the first number you had to be based on maybe some numbers that you had from last year's work.
Right. I had looked at prior history for 1.5 inch overlay over chip seal, and that those were the numbers I was using, and moving those into the quantities that we're expecting for the Holiday Woods project, and they just simply came in higher than that.
Okay.
Now, granted, they're just working on our base numbers, you know, 5,600 linear feet, 30 feet wide, 65 driveways. Can you give me a number?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're working from. So they'll be able to tighten it up quite a bit once they see it, too.
Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. At this time, at 6:50, I will open the public hearing. If there's anybody that'd like to speak on the Holiday Woods Special Assessment, please come to the podium, state your name and your address, and let us know what you'd like to say. Going once. All right, I will close the public hearing at 6:50. So today, the purpose of our public hearing is to set the roll, and we have a resolution that is in the amended packet. What would that resolution number be, the 11?
Sue, is that correct? Correct. Sorry, I left my additional packet on the desk, so.
I can still bus for you if you want. Are there any other questions or comments? Or are we ready to? Motion?
I'll make the motion to accept Resolution 2023-11.
Is there support?
Support.
We have a motion by Matt Cortade with support by Glenn Lyle. All in favor? Oh, we need a roll call. It's a resolution. Can you do a roll call, please?
M. Cortade?
Yes.
Lyle?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
S. Cortade?
Yes.
Bartlett?
Yes.
Walters?
Yes. Resolution passes. Now we gotta get that.
Thank you, Mindy.
Oh, we can keep going.
One other item that she-
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Once again, Jim Schiffer, she asked that, or suggested that there would be two objects to take place tonight. One is the approval of the resolution that you just did, and the other is to dedicate that the township is willing to put forth the 24,000.
10%.
Oh, the 10%.
So you want to make some sort of dedication to that.
So I would make a motion that the township would contribute 10% of the construction cost, at this time being $240,000. That will be adjusted, whatever the final costs are.
In other words, not to exceed.
Yeah, not to exceed the 24,000.
I'll second that.
Now, since we're spending money, is that a roll call or?
I don't think it has.
Easy to do.
All right, let's just do a roll call with that. We've got a motion by Bartlett and a support by M. Cortade. Can you do a roll call?
Sure.
please?
Bartlett.
Yes.
M. Cortade. Cook.
Yes.
Lyle.
Yes.
S. Cortade.
Yes.
Walters.
Yes. Thank you, Jim.
Good work.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item 8, CB, Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office. Flock requests, we have Under Sheriff Mike Shea and Captain Randy Fulis here, along with a representative from Flock Security Cameras. Hello, Under Sheriff, how are you?
I am fine. Mike Shea, Under Sheriff, Grand Traverse County. My job is very simple. I am going to introduce Captain Randy Fulis, and he is going to explain why we are so excited about what we are proposing, and hopefully we've generated some interest with you guys. And after you see Flock's presentation, you'll understand how valuable this can really be for public safety and our citizens in East Bay Township, Grand Traverse County, and the people that are traveling through. So with that, I will turn it over to Captain Fulis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Randy Fulis. I'm the Detective Bureau Captain with your Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office. And as he indicated too, I know we take very seriously, for one, we appreciate the working relationship we've had with East Bay Township for many, many, many years. Ever since I got hired here, you guys have supported multiple CPOs and take your public safety very seriously, as do we. What we'll be talking about tonight is just another investigative tool that your CPOs, our Detective Bureau, the rest of our patrol division would be able to utilize to help solve crimes when your businesses, residents, or the visitors to this township are victims of crime. So we are pretty excited about it. We first heard about flock safety. One of our detectives had went downstate to do a background check for an applicant. He came back into my office and said, "Hey, Captain, I wanted to talk to you about this. There's several police agencies down in the south part of Michigan who are utilizing these flock safety cameras, and they're basically saying that it's a game changer for solving crimes, that they're having great success with it." So obviously, being that that's my business, is investigations, I called down there, talked to some police agencies downstate, talked to Flock Safety, found out kind of what that company was and also what it was not. Talked to some contacts that I have down in the southern part of Michigan, and again, it was everybody just talking about that word game changer just kept coming up every time I would talk to somebody. One of the gentlemen I talked to, you know, they were very proud not only of the crime saving that they were doing with it, but some of the other things public safety wise. I think Laura Ann, who I'll introduce here in a minute, has a slide on that, but they had an Alzheimer's gentleman who had left his house. The family couldn't find him. They ended up putting the license plate of that gentleman into their flock safety cameras and were able to pinpoint a location in their city where his vehicle had last hit. So they sent units over there and were able to find him in his vehicle in a parking lot and help him get back home. So, you know, these are tools that we hope to use not only for crime solving, but also for the public safety of your residents as well. We had Flock Safety provided our department with the opportunity to do a memo of understanding where we would have access to the Flock Safety system so that we could kind of try it out and see how it works. We had a couple crimes actually going. One of our local businesses was victimized by a couple downstate individuals who were passing counterfeit $100 bills to that business. They didn't find out they were counterfeit until it was too late. That business provided us with some video footage of the vehicle that had left their business with a license plate. Turned out the license plate was stolen, so what we hoped was a lead to the suspects turned out not to be a lead. But that plate did hit on a flock safety camera down in the Grand Rapids area. We contacted their detective bureau. They provided us with a picture from one of their cameras. We ended up being able to confirm that was our vehicle, and luckily they were dealing with those same individuals, provided identification for us. We since got arrest warrants for them for victimizing an area business. We had a business owner have a $20,000 trailer and tools stolen. He ended up providing us with a suspect that he thought may be involved. We ran that individual's plate through flock safety, came back, ironically enough, in the Kent County area again. They sent units over there. We ended up being able to find the gentleman's trailer, and a short ways away located the individual who had stolen the trailer and the truck. You know, we felt good because we were able to, here's a guy whose livelihood is that tool crib and tools. We were able to get that back to him within a couple days. He could move on with his business and continue with his operations. We just had one last week. Deputy Root was out helping us out. We were trying to find, we had a black Kia that was driving around the area taking mail out of people's mailboxes. One of the victims actually had ran out to the road, saw some weird activity, and ended up getting a license plate. The license plate turned out to be a stolen dealer plate. So we contacted the dealership downstate. They weren't even aware that it was gone. We checked the area. We're not able to find the vehicle. It turned out we know the vehicle did stay in the area that night because one of the two individuals ended up stealing a pickup truck from one of our local dealerships. Turns out that Kia was also a stolen vehicle from downstate. So by them, we think that was a good maybe example for if we had flock cameras in East Bay Township, we had a good license plate. If that trips one of those cameras, then we know where they're at. We can go and, you know, turned out, we think we have those two individuals identified too because they did some drive-offs of gas downstate. So we have them on video camera at the gas station and in the store. And some detectives from down there know these individuals. So we're hoping we'll end up getting warrants for them for the stolen truck and the mail thefts up here. But, you know, this is a big time of year for fraud, right? So when people's mail gets stolen, it's kind of a big deal because it's not just the mail, it's people's identification, tax checks, things like that. So we think that had we had a flock safety hit maybe in this area, we might have found them and saved somebody from getting their truck stolen and got people's mail back to them. So it's technology that we're pretty excited about at the Sheriff's Office. And with having said that, I want to introduce Laura Ann Holland. She's from Flock Safety. Super appreciate her coming all the way up from Georgia today to leave the warm weather of Georgia to what we have here. So it's like a novelty for you. It'll wear off in a few days. So. But she's going to do a quick presentation for you, and then I'll stop back up and we can chat a little bit more. And we're happy to answer any and all questions that you guys have on flock safety. Laura Ann?
Thanks so much, Captain Felix. And thank you guys for having me here tonight. I'm going to go ahead and hook this in. It's my first time using the system, so.
Down towards the bottom.
That way, okay.
And then the one on.
And then I think it actually just went off, so I got it. We're good. And then this one? Okay. Thank you guys for technical difficulties and your patience. Like Captain Pulis said, though, my name's Laura Ann, and I work with Flock Safety. I do community education and local government policy, and we have been working with the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office in multiple communities around the county. So you might have seen in the news or with other Oh, yeah, perfect. It's coming up. In the news or on community chatter about the potential for our technology to be coming into your area. Captain Fulis did an awesome job of describing exactly what solutions our technology can help with, right? What challenges they face as a law enforcement department and honestly as a township, and how our technology can be a force multiplier for departments. But I think it might be helpful for me to start out by talking about exactly what our technology is, right? We are a vehicle recognition system, an automated license plate reader technology. And what our technology does is take a picture of the back of a car, similar to what this picture looks like. This is a good example. And it then pulls data from that image and analyzes the image based on car make, based on what the license plate is, what the state of the license plate is, the color of the car, and any other defining features, like if there's a roof rack or if there's a whole bunch of bumper stickers on the back, you can search by those features as well. And that data is what we call the vehicle fingerprint. So it's the license plate plus. It can give you the full image of the back of the car so that your law enforcement have more leads to go off of in their investigation. Some of the examples that Captain Fulis described, right, you might not get a full license plate number, but you might get a partial, or you might see what the color of the car is, or see that it's an SUV, and being able to have those details and put them in the system can give a lead for law enforcement when they otherwise might not be able to have that information. We started out as a private company selling primarily to neighborhoods. So we are basically approaching this as residents that are working with their law enforcement to help solve crime. And all of our partnership approaches come from that same basis, including our desire to be a cost-effective service and a solution that's something that communities can continue to use and not have to worry about spending a lot of money on maintenance or constantly having to call support and making sure that the cameras are being monitored and updated. And so we have a safety as a service subscription model in which communities lease our cameras from us, and we provide the full suite of services associated with using them. So we'll provide training and support for law enforcement. We will walk communities through the permitting process. We'll file those for communities. We do install on our own. We also maintain and monitor the devices to make sure that they're at top health, because we want our customers to be able to basically have the same experience as like a software as a service when you're using our technology. So we are at, right now, $2,500 per device annually, and we have only a $350 install fee. And so we try to be pretty affordable for all different sizes of communities. We've got communities that are really small using our technology, and also cities as big as Houston that have our technology deployed all over the area. A couple things to go ahead and start off the bat, making sure that we all know, though, because like Captain Fulis said, it's important to know what this technology is and what it can do, but also what it is not and what it will not do. So we are not people. We do not search people in the system. We're not facial recognition. We're not traffic enforcement. All of those potential, technological tools that people debate about, we just decided we are not going to do that. We don't do those elements of this police technology. And so rest assured from the beginning, that's not what we're talking about today. We also have created a balance with our law enforcement customers in making sure that we don't contain or store data beyond 30 days. So yes. Oh, is it working now? Okay, great. So we only store data for 30 days, and we actually created that for our customers as a balance between the need for law enforcement to have investigative data and the need to also not collect a large amount of data that could then potentially be misused or hacked, right? So we wanted to have that balance, and we created that after consulting with law enforcement and civil liberties advocates. And that's really the standard now across the country, is a 30-day data retention. One piece on that data retention that's really important to note is that it can be really helpful to have the proactive alerts that we'll talk about in a second, but you also need to make sure to have the investigative tool because both of those things provide the full value for your law enforcement. So on that note, that's how the technology works, right? We're proactive in that we give real-time alerts whenever a stolen or a wanted vehicle will enter your community. Those alerts are coming from the National Criminal Information Center, or Michigan's equivalent of that. And so those are felony warrants or things that have been reported to that database as missing, and you need to be on the lookout, essentially. We also provide silver alert notifications, amber alert notifications, and in some states now, yellow alert notifications, which are alerts that are created after a hit and run incident. So that allows your officers to real-time react, right, when there is a potential stolen vehicle that's entered the city. One thing a lot of communities don't realize is that there are actually a lot of stolen vehicles around the country at any given time. And often people don't know that people don't steal a car just to go for a joyride, right? They steal a car in order to eventually conduct more crimes. And so we've seen our customers tell us that our technology can actually act as a deterrent for them, because once they get a hold of stolen vehicles they didn't even know were in their community, they actually prevent those future crimes from happening. So similar to what Captain Fulis described, right? The folks that had stolen a car that came into the community to steal mail and potentially commit fraud, with the notification that could have been prevented because the stolen vehicle would have allowed law enforcement to respond very quickly. I mentioned the investigative piece, right? And that's where your law enforcement is able to go back through the data and find vehicles that were potentially associated with crimes in your community. This is really essential because oftentimes crimes are reported way after the fact, or potentially weeks later if someone's on vacation. And so to be able to go back in time and find a potential suspect vehicle can create a case when otherwise you wouldn't be able to have one. Now I know this is touchscreen, so I'm just going to use my finger. As a township board, I think what we're about to cover is the most important part of the conversation for you guys, and it's why I work at Flock as a public policy person. So anytime you're working with government technology, it's really important to make sure that there are protections in place and that you're selecting a vendor and choosing a partner that's going to take your community's privacy and your own values of transparency and accountability really seriously. And that's what we try to do at Flock and make it easy for you to do that. So first and foremost, our customers own their images and own their data. If you do a basic Google search of license plate reading technology, you'll read all sorts of different opinions about it, and most of those are rooted in a older technology that was worked in a different way, but also companies that would store large amounts of data on communities and then sell that data to third-party companies for either repo companies or for analysis of where you're going to put the next business. But Flock decided there's too many problems with that business model, and we're not interested in that. We're only interested in helping law enforcement solve crime and shaping safer futures. And so we created in our contract to where we don't own or access our customers' images. You guys are the owners, and you decide who can access them. Of course, with the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office, you'll likely be giving their department access if you guys choose to partner with us, but you can decide who not to share with. We also think that our technology can help reduce the need for relying solely on eyewitness accounts, which typically, I don't know if you've seen the statistics, but eyewitness accounts can be really unreliable, especially after violent crimes. And so being able to provide a potentially objective image, right, of a vehicle that was there at the scene or a potential eyewitness to interview can be a lot better than what you typically have with relying on tracking down eyewitnesses who might not even want to talk. We take cybersecurity very seriously at Flock. All data is stored in the Amazon Web Services cloud. Amazon Web Services has their own full team of cybersecurity experts that make sure that there's no vulnerabilities in the system. But we at Flock also have our internal team making sure there's no vulnerabilities. We encrypt data from end to end, and I'm happy to talk more about that and answer questions, but we are SOC 2 certified, and so there's documentation that I can provide to the Township Board afterwards if you want to know more about those credentials. We also require an investigative search reason to do any search in our system. So I talked about the need to have that, back in time storage where you can figure out what vehicles were associated. But we also know it's important to make sure that that data is being accessed only for law enforcement purposes and for the right reasons. And so we require an investigative search. Most policies actually require that to be a case number or a call number as well. And then that information is proactively reported in an ongoing audit portal to the department. And the system administrators are the only ones who have access to that. It's very similar to the current Michigan law enforcement network system, the auditing features that they have. But we created that so that it's really easy for our departments to make sure that everybody is using the technology in the right way. And so that if there is misuse, they have the information they need to act very quickly. I've already talked about a couple of the things that we're not, right? We're not traffic enforcement, we're not predictive policing, et cetera. But we also don't connect to third-party databases that do contain private information, right? That is something we decided we weren't going to do as an additional protection of privacy for communities. We also have a transparency portal, which I'll click on this one to show you guys what it looks like. And this is an example out of California, but we've got some all over the country, and Michigan examples too. And this is a tool that our customers use to communicate proactively with folks about how this technology is used and how it's not. It's completely free, and if you guys decide to partner with us and want to turn it on, you will be able to decide, if you want to use the hot list policy, if you want to share what organizations you're sharing your data with. We also include the number of hot list alerts, the number of vehicles detected, the number of searches done, all of this in order for you guys to be transparent with your community about how the tech works, but also for you guys as a board to know what the return on investment is, right? When you see the number of hot list hits that your community is getting, you'll realize how valuable of a tool this can be for your law enforcement. So I'll end on a couple of other examples from different parts of the country and specific to Michigan that I think can explain exactly what value this technology can have when it's in the right place at the right time. So this was an example out of River Rouge. Am I saying that right? Mm-hmm. River? Okay, great, thanks. Nobody's ever corrected me, so. So this, I think, can show the value of our network capacity, right? So we've got devices all over the country. We're in over 2,500 communities. And when there is a cross-state issue, it's really important to be able to share that information proactively. This situation, there was a bank robber outside of Tampa, and they were able to catch a picture of his vehicle and license plate. And so they had reason to believe that the individual that was suspected of the crime had connections in the Detroit metro area. And so before that even got on the national alert list, our customers in the Tampa area contacted our customers in the Michigan area and said, hey, be on the lookout for this vehicle and put it in as a hot list alert in your flock system. And they did, and very quickly, they were able to get a hit on this individual who had immediately gone up to Michigan, and they were able to apprehend this cross-state bank robber. I don't know if you guys saw this tragic story on the news, but this is another example of the value of the network capacity when you need it. This was a woman out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, who was reported missing, and her family believed that the woman's girlfriend and another woman were responsible for her absence. So they had both vehicles, the woman's vehicle and her former girlfriend's vehicle, on a national hot list for a missing person. And Dearborn actually got an alert from a flock camera that that vehicle was in Dearborn. And they ended up having a pursuit, and the individuals that were in the vehicle shot back at officers. It was a very dangerous situation. But I tell you this because they ended up finding this woman's body in the trunk. And so these individuals had come to run away. I think they had plans to go to Canada. This family would have never had the resolution of finding out, or potentially never found the resolution of finding out what happened to this woman without having this technology to alert them that a suspected missing person vehicle was in their community. This is an example out of Van Buren Township. There was another tragedy, a hit and run, where a woman was walking along a service road and was killed, and they found some white debris from a vehicle that they suspected was involved. They went and looked at their flock cameras that they had installed a little bit earlier and found a white truck that looked like it matched exactly what debris they saw. And they ended up immediately going and finding the owner of that vehicle and questioning him, and he confessed immediately to that incident. And then this is an example out of San Ramon, California, and I share this because I think that it can show the surprising difference that you'll see in the number of stolen vehicles that your community is able to apprehend, and like I said, get ahead of potentially other crimes that are committed. So as you'll see on the screen, before Flock, this community in San Ramon had only recovered about 6 stolen vehicles in 8 months, and all of those were vehicles that had been reported as stolen. But then after installing our technology, they were able to recover 21 stolen vehicles in only 5 months, and all of those vehicles were associated with other crimes as well, right? Some with drug issues, some with burglaries. And so they really were able to prevent there from being further issues by getting ahead of the stolen vehicles in their community. So I know I've shared a lot of information, and I'm sure you guys have questions or want to take some time to digest, and we're happy to respond.
Well, thank you very much. Randy, did you want to offer anything else before we ask any questions?
You know, I can't think of anything really. Thought you did a very nice job with that, and we kind of hit on some of the. Again, the thing for us is just we are super excited about the possibility of utilizing whatever technology we have at our disposal to be able to solve crimes for your businesses and the citizens that live here, and we feel like this is an opportunity for us to be able to do that. So we wanted to come before the board tonight to. We had asked Flock, since this is what they do. They basically, if they have a township or city or any municipality that's interested in flock safety, they will do a study of the area. Their expertise is basically, correct me if I'm wrong, looking at traffic flows and where cars should be coming into those areas and things like that. So they had looked at East Bay Township and looked at a minimum of like 5 cameras to be able to
Fully cover the city.
yeah, and a maximum of 15. We looked at that, knowing that money is always an issue for everyone too, and we looked at where we know that kind of some hot spots for crime are in the township, and the roadways that we know get traveled a lot that kind of funnel in, just to add to what they have. We looked in, we were closer to the 5 than we were the 15. We liked the number 7. We felt like covered basically all of our main thoroughfares into East Bay Township, and would do a great job for investigative leads for us when we do have crimes against your citizens. So we wanted to bring that proposal to you tonight to see if you were interested in partnering with Flock Safety, which again would be for our benefit to be able to work for your citizens. So.
Okay, very good, thank you. So the board knows that they presented at Garfield Township and also Peninsula Township, and you were emailed links to those meetings as well. And to the Garfield Township meeting, I couldn't attend, but Zach attended and Preston Taylor attended in my absence, and Zach is here tonight with us as well to offer his insights. Zach, did you want to offer any comments before?
You got to come up to the mic.
This is Zach Root.
East Bay Township CPO. Again, it's Captain Fearless and Laura Ann, correct?
Yes.
Laura Ann presented great presentations by both of them, but it is truly a game changer. Captain Fearless mentioned something we were investigating the other day, and within a couple hours, one of our detectives was able to locate that vehicle, make contact with Lansing PD, and develop suspects. I'm a huge supporter of it, that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you going to those meetings for us. And with that, in your packet, you just had some information that was previously sent to you, and as well, you do have the balance sheet for our Fund 207, which is our police fund as well. So with that, are there any questions for Captain Fulis or Under Sheriff Shea or Laura Ann and Zach as well? Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple questions. I've been asked by several people about this, so I see where, for what you're explaining what it does, would be great. But then people start looking a little wider. What could it do? Maybe your company would never go into traffic violations with this. But if your company sold it, maybe the next person would. That's the questions I'm getting. But I guess the first question is, with a stolen license plate, it could pick up the stolen license plate, but somebody has to know that it was stolen, correct? And does that go into a main system, the number of the plate?
It does. So like, if your vehicle was stolen in Grand Traverse County and you made that report, we put that into LEAN, the Law Enforcement Information Network, which is also NCIC, as she explained. So that goes into that database. So if whoever stole your vehicle was stopped by a police officer downstate or up north or whatever, that they would know that that was a stolen car. If it went by a flock safety camera in Lansing, Michigan, Lansing public safety law enforcement would get notified that, hey, Glenn Lyle's stolen vehicle just went by flock camera number 4. They could have units respond to that area to try to recover your vehicle for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So that anybody that has flock are integrated together regardless if it's California, Michigan?
No, so our customers, like I mentioned, that you own your data, so you can decide who you share with. So the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office will probably share with most folks in Michigan, but they don't have to share with anybody outside of the state or with anybody in the Detroit Metro unless they want to.
No, that isn't what I guess what I'm asking is how would Lansing know that my vehicle was stolen? If they got flock, would they not get a notice that a vehicle was stolen up here and be on the lookout for this plate number, or no?
Yes, so they definitely would, but officers get a huge amount of be on the lookout license plate numbers every day, and without having the machine to kind of do the back end work and be able to help say, oh no, this is the car you should go after, this is the car that's involved, it's really challenging for them to manage all of those be on the lookouts. Does that answer your question?
So your vehicle, Mr. Lyle, would go into the NCIC system, which Flock is integrated with.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I was getting at, so that having this system, you're not a standalone system up here.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Yes.
The other thing, one other question, this was asked me, if somebody has got a license plate that's expired, will that trip it?
It will not. Do you want to expound on that, or?
Yes, so we're not connected to the Michigan Department of Revenue or Secretary of State. That's a separate system.
Okay.
And I would, if you allow me the liberty, your first comment on, what could it do? It's always a concern anytime with new technology. One of the great things about a Flock partnership is that we've got to opt out at any time. You can back out if you guys aren't comfortable with the service that you're getting or with the way the technology is working. And within our contract, we have a notification policy too. And so if there's ever any changes, you would be notified that like, hey, this is coming, and you'd have the chance to back out of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
In the technology, the cameras that we are looking at here, like Laura Ann said, they don't do those things like traffic enforcement, things of that nature. So we're not interested in, in these. So first of all, let me say I appreciate all the questions, because that's where a lot of the background questions are coming from. Well, yeah, now it's going to write me tickets, or now it's going to take pictures of me and stuff like that. When I appreciate Laura Ann coming, because it gives a good opportunity for us to answer any of those questions. Like she said, it takes pictures of the back of the cars. So it's not taking pictures of people driving their cars. It's still shot, so it's not video. It's not facial recognition. There are so many things that it's not to, and like she would say in her presentation, it's just as important for people to know what these cameras won't do as what they are capable of doing and will do for us. So we appreciate the questions. So yeah, really anything that is asked, it's good to get those answers out, so.
Further questions, Glenn?
One other question. You say that it holds it for 30 days, the information. Then it's deleted at 30 days, dumped. Does that mean that the sheriff department, nobody's got that information after 30 days?
Yes, unless it's associated with an active investigation.
Right.
And then that would just be like any other piece of evidence.
Right, okay.
I've got kind of along, okay, go
I
ahead.
think Mindy was next.
Sorry,
And
go
then
ahead.
we'll get you.
So where does the alert go? Does it go to dispatch then? I mean, how?
Yeah, good question. So, and jump in if you need to. So the alerts, so if we were to have, let's use the stolen vehicle as an example, if this Kia that was coming in victimizing people the other day, if that were to trip on a camera, there would be an NCIC alert. Zach Root, for example, or any of our patrol units, when they log onto their computers in their cars each day, will basically open up their flock safety app or portal. So they would get a notification, and the notifications are literally within seconds, right? So if one goes by East Bay camera number 3, Zach and our patrol division would all get notifications that a stolen car just went by flock camera number 3 in East Bay Township, and that's how they would respond. So the notifications are very quick for that.
Other questions?
Not right now.
Okay. All right, Matt?
Kind of tying into what Glenn was asking about, you know, if this could be expanded. I think it's a great technology, but who owns Flock? It's my understanding, I guess I've heard that Axon owns, or part owner or involved somehow?
No, we're a privately funded organization right now. We've got
Okay.
several different investors. Axon is one of those many investors.
Okay, all right. And I guess this question would be for Randy. Do you see this as a policing tool or a crime-solving tool?
More of a crime-solving.
Is this after the fact?
It is, because again, it's not, you know, I can't sit at my desk and, I want to see what's going on camera number 3. It doesn't have that ability. It's basically just a photo-taking technology, not a monitoring tool. So it's not able to do traffic enforcement or things like that. So majority of the time, it'll be where we'll have a crime that's committed, and then if there's a need, we will access the flock cameras to try to locate something related to that crime. But yeah, it's not really I say it's not a proactive thing, but it can be. Again, like I had given the example, the gentleman with Alzheimer's, you could be proactive in that and going, let's
Right.
put the plate in there and, see if it tripped, and we could go, try to help that individual or whatever. Or if we had a few years ago, we had a young man who kidnapped 2 sisters. One of the sisters was able to get away, and she ended up providing us with information on who the suspect was, and he held that girl for most of the night before one of our deputies found them and ended up rescuing her, so to speak. If we would have had that license plate, we would have put that into Flock, and then proactively, if that hit on any Flock camera, then we would get a notification saying, hey, that plate that you put into the system activated, and that would help give us a lead to where to go find that car.
Okay. I guess I've just got to make this comment as somebody that's not originally from here, moved here in 2020. One thing I've noticed, and I guess is a question for you, seems like there's quite a few vehicles around the area that don't have tags. or ones that you can't read. I know that it's got some other recognition. You said the fingerprints, so there's other things, colors and the size of the vehicle. But will there be, if there's a lot of investment around this technology in the county, will there be more enforcement of making sure that people actually have tags?
I don't think so.
No, I guess I'm asking to be able to utilize the technology better.
Right.
So it's a more effective technology. Is the sheriff's department going to maybe ramp up enforcement of some of those issues?
Yeah. I don't think we would have, because we wouldn't be able to tell the system to send us a notification if it couldn't read a plate.
Yeah.
So I don't think we would be able to use it for that.
I'm looking at it sort of as two separate issues. If we invest in the technology, but we've got a bunch of people just anecdotally running around with missing tags or damaged tags, is the sheriff's department going to, in order to use the technology better, going to take an approach to more actively enforce people not having tags? Yeah.
Maybe a follow-up.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Other questions, Matt?
No, I'm good.
Thank you.
Sue?
So I guess part two, Matt's statement, it would be more a DMV, Secretary of State needing to ramp up their need to monitor folks that aren't getting their tabs renewed or aren't paying for their licenses or registering their vehicles. I see it as a bigger issue than Grand Traverse County trying to monitor tabs. Great idea. I think things have really fallen off since the pandemic hit. Being able to access a DMV office is still harder for people because many of them are closed. They didn't reopen. Have to schedule an appointment. Walk-ins are a way of the past. It still happens. But I see it more as a state problem, not a county problem, per se. My questions to further that is, Laura Ann, you talked about this being a $2,850 per camera with that the little piece on there too for the, what is it, 300, 350?
Well, yeah, it's $2,500 per camera and then $350 just for the install year.
Okay. How long has it been at that price?
Yes, so we are in the middle of a price increase. So it will increase soon to $3,000 annually. It's been that way since before the pandemic, the $2,500 fee, and our operational costs, we just have to keep up with the cost of product.
Is there a way to lock in if we do a multi-year commitment?
Yes, we can do a 1, 2, or 5-year deal at $2,500 per device.
And you'll recall when I had emailed you the information and the links I had mentioned, we wanted to not only receive the information at this meeting, but to really think about it, watch the video from the other meetings, because I did want to make a determination at this meeting because of that impending increase. It's just timing. It wasn't a sales pitch or pressure issue. And then in dealing with Garfield Township, I think, and Peninsula, you guys isolated that 5 years was available. They don't do the 3 and the 4, as you mentioned, but they do 1, 2, and 5.
So I was doing just quick numbers, I'm sure you have as well.
Yeah.
It's $19,950 a year. We have-
Well, the 385 is just once a year, or just once upon installation.
Oh, okay. We have a significant fund balance. This is what it, in my opinion, this is what it would be intended for. So I'll leave my,
Do you have any other questions?
I have no more questions, so I won't make a motion or anything. I'll let others have their comments.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep, Mindy?
Zach?
You're in trouble now.
Do you agree with the 7 locations?
I think the ones that we've discussed informally with Captain Fulis, yeah,
Is that enough?
I think so, in my opinion. Again, with this technology, again, we're talking about people from not our area, especially with the hotels in East Bay Township, people coming into our area that we necessarily don't want here as guests, right? And I think as long as we have all directions of travel, you know, inward and there are a couple outward, right?
Yes.
Um,
Well, basically the camera locations that we selected is gonna get everybody coming into East Bay Township. So we wanna catch them coming in, because if we catch them going out, they may have already committed the crimes or whatever. So we wanna know if a stolen car or somebody who you don't want in your township comes in, we wanna know about it when they come into your township before they can victimize your people, rather than going out, so.
So you're good with 7 in the locations that they have currently?
with what I've been shown, yes.
And I can tell you when we were first discussing this, when Under Sheriff Shea and Captain Fulis contacted me, we had a conversation about the number of cameras, and originally we were talking a much lower number, and probably because I was pushing it toward that way, just budget-wise. And I saw the 7 locations. I feel much more comfortable with the 7 locations, even though I would love to say, let's do 2 or 4 cameras. Because really, to get a road, remember, you need 1 each way. So it's not like 1 camera, 1 road. It's 2 cameras, 1 road. But I think after seeing that they have a much better coverage over East Bay Township, I think it would serve the community much better. And I don't say that lightly, because like I said, I would have preferred to pay for 4 cameras versus 7 cameras.
Then my next question is with regards to the cameras themselves. Are they solar powered? Is there issues with snow? Is there?
Yeah, that is a great question. So we are an infrastructure-free solution. So typically, we're solar-powered, we're LTE, so you don't have to worry about running fiber anywhere. But in locations where you want, we can co-install on existing power poles. So it just depends on what you want for your community and where the mapping solution has presented where the devices should go. We also have a battery pack that's like an additional battery on top of the existing solar panel.
So the cameras have any issues with snow?
I won't say that they don't. They definitely, truly, it has been a growing, something our business has grown to improve at. And so this year, we had about 92% of our fleet at full health the entire year. And that's including in northern Michigan, or in central Michigan and northern Indiana. So we've definitely still have work to do to improve it, but I think the solar solution is an effective one.
Other questions? Okay, Glenn?
I guess the rest of the question, you talk about you got battery packs and you can run a power board in it. Now, this is all add-on and cost. They do all this for the same price?
Yes, the price you guys are, if you vote tonight to lock in, $2,500, that will be with the battery pack, with any kind of install that needs to be done. The only thing we don't do is electrical work, so we would need to work with if you decide to coexist with an existing pole, we would need to work with an electrician of the township's choice.
Okay.
I do have a couple questions for you. Let's see, so I just wanted to clarify, this doesn't feed into any state of Michigan data as far as Secretary of State or anything like that? No. Okay, all right, and I actually find that that's pretty good, because I personally like the fact that it's more in response to crimes and helping solve crimes. I'm not really interested in seeking out things that, can be handled administratively, that sort of thing, like registrations and tags and so forth. And then, ask the question on winter maintenance. Thank you very much. The 30 days data or destruction of the data, is that covered in your contract, or is that something that's, certified, or how can we point to the fact that that's assuringly done?
Yeah, definitely. So it's covered in the contract. And we also have a security profile I mentioned that you can log in and see the confirmation that's been done by a third-party auditor. I will also say it's a part of our business model. Data storage is pretty expensive, so storing all of those images is a high cost point for the business.
Okay, very good. And then when you have an ongoing case, though, you said that, is it the images that you've accessed within those 30 days that are saved as part of the police record or proof of, with the crime? Or is it continued in the
Yes, so
system?
those that police have downloaded as investigative evidence, right? And that's
Okay.
the only ones that are stored beyond 30 days, and they're not stored in Flock system, they're stored in whatever record management system the department uses.
Okay, very good. What is the audit trail, and who's that viewable by? What types of data points are shown in that audit trail?
Yes, so it's the individual user that did the search, the timestamp of when they did the search, what cameras they used, what filters they used, what time frame they searched in, because you can also search by timing, and then the investigative reason. And that's for anybody in the Grand Traverse County Sheriff's Office or any other law enforcement that searches in the system. That information is primarily accessible to system administrators. I think it would be reasonable to have an update from the Township Board, about the types of searches that are done. I see other communities doing that, that contract out for law enforcement.
Okay, and you mentioned that investigative search reason. Do you plan on using like a case number?
Yeah, that's what we would do, and we're working on the policy actually right now.
Okay.
I'm working with some other agencies who have this technology up and going, so I'm kind of plagiarizing a little bit from those other policies on best use for our county department. So my plan right now with the undersheriff's approval is going to be, I plan on doing that audit, being basically the auditor for that with a backup probably of his designee, either the undersheriff or his designee, to, again, make sure we're monitoring the system to make sure there's not any misuse, so.
Okay. Captain, private companies, do we have, and you don't have to detail because I'm sure they don't want that data out or that information out there, but do we have private companies within the area where we'll be using them that you have access to?
That will be using them? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there actually is one currently that has 6 or 7 cameras on their business property right now that are functional, that we actually searched the other day when we had our mail thieves going around, and we did get a trip on that where we found that they had accessed that business property. It was only for 2 minutes. It was actually a hotel-ish place, if you will, that we were hoping we might have found out where they were staying that night, but they were only there for 2 minutes, so drove in and drove out, so I don't know what they were doing there. But yeah, so there's one business. I do know that there are other corporate businesses who use Flock Safety. One that we have in Garfield Township that does not have cameras right now, but I don't know if those would be coming to that business or what. But yeah, so there's one that we're aware of right now that does have 7 cameras up and running on that Flock system.
Okay. And then talking about limiting use and guaranteeing no misuse. So it sounds like we have the contract as well as then a policy you're suggesting too.
Correct, yes. So, so yeah, we will have our own policy departmental on who has access to what, and, how it's to be utilized, what information has to go in each time that a search is done, and we will likely do that by police complaint number as to what investigation that's there for.
Okay. And we've talked a little bit about tracking some data to see how effective and how we can use these, or how much value we're getting from them. What data do you anticipate tracking over, the next couple of years if we invest in this?
I think what we planned on is we had at least, so the 3 individuals who have been utilizing under the MOU are myself, Detective Sergeant Bolisic, and Detective Holliday. So we've been the ones utilizing the system to kind of see how it works and everything. We are planning to basically track cases where we identify suspects in. So if there's a search done where we don't have any luck with it or whatever, but the ones where we actually have success with, and My plan is to actually come back to the townships that have the flock cameras periodically, just to give you updates on, hey, basically the success stories we hope we will have, to kind of let you know that, the system is being productive and that we'll, so my plan is to be back in front of you. And I know the implementation period for cameras is 8 to 12 weeks. Is that still?
Yes, for most of them. It can be up to 16 depending on permits.
So we're hoping that we'll have all the cameras up by summer and have a very good work product by the fall to kind of come back to you and show you some of the things that we've done with it.
Yeah, and I know the sheriff's office, not unlike other police agencies, right, has had difficulty with staffing, not only unlike police, but pretty much every employer, right?
Yes.
This technology will help leverage, you think, as well, the police that we have in place, or the sheriff's
Yeah,
office?
I totally do. To give you one example, we had a young lady that was hit while crossing a road in Long Lake Township not that long ago. She was hit, killed. We had the driver left the scene of the crime. We had a bumper that was left at the scene. We were fairly quickly able to figure out what type of vehicle that was on. We had it narrowed down to a couple years and the make and model of that. What we ended up having to do was contact the Secretary of State and basically get every one of those models, year, vehicles, and basically we just started going door to door at all the people who own those types of vehicles. With this type of technology, if you have, photos, you're able to, because this will search a vehicle, even if you have, because I'm sure you guys have had it a lot of times where you might see something happen, but even if you see the plate, it's sometimes hard to remember that plate number, right? But the searchable functions on this system allow you to basically put in that if it had a roof rack on it, and we can check those. But as far as a force multiplier, rather than having all of these, the deputies that we have going out and having to check, maybe 200 residences, if we can get things narrowed down using this technology and we can find our suspects quicker, that allows us to be able to be a lot more effective in doing our jobs.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Tracy, did you have a question?
I have a couple. I had someone contact me, they wanted to know who, you said we own, or the Sheriff's Department owns the data and the images. So they're stored in a cloud, but we are the only ones that have access to that? We, corporate.
Yes.
Not me.
Yes. So we're basically, if you want to think about it this way, we're basically providing you a software that helps you analyze your data.
Okay.
We don't ever access customer data unless they give us explicit permission, like, hey, get in the system and help me find this. And that's always in a written, legal agreement.
Okay.
Is your question though, Ms. Bartlett, is that, so like the information though would be utilized by our agency? I don't know if that's what you were asking
Well-
as far as,
Yes and no. I mean,
as far as access.
did anybody else have access? And at some point in the last couple of minutes, you said whomever searched the system. So like if we have a vehicle that you put into the system in Grand Traverse County, can Lansing get into our information and search it?
Can I ask for that one? So what we had when we had the counterfeit bills case, for example, we put that plate number into the system and got a hit out of Kent County. Kent County did not currently share photos with us, so we could still search it and find out that they had a hit down there. We then contacted Kent County and said, hey, can you share your photos with us or share that photo with us? Some agencies, we've got notifications, even though we don't have cameras yet, that have shared, like the local business we have, they already shared with us just because we're on the system.
Right.
But we have the ability to share photos with who we want to, or not share with who we want to.
So will you set up some sort of mutual agreement with like Lansing and Kent County and,
Flock has, for all customers that want to share, we have a legal agreement that they abide by.
okay. And then, are you going to be able to use, I'm assuming you would be able to use it like with the narcotics team or something like that, if they have a known distributor? And have their plate, you could share your software, the Flock system, and be able to utilize it
Yeah,
across.
so I can tell you that the Michigan State Police are on the Flock network. They actually have cameras up in the Metro Detroit area amongst some other places. So they're on the system. They've shared all their photos with us at this point. So we would in turn share with the Michigan State Police. The local drug team, TNT, that is a Michigan State Police run organization.
So they're already using it.
So they're already using it, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. And again, thank you for all the questions, because the one thing that I want to make sure we do is get those unanswered questions answered, so people know exactly what we're doing and what we have, you know what I mean, accessible for you.
Again, to reiterate, you're not using the system to say, oh, somebody sped down
Correct.
Hammond, unless you get a complaint saying, hey, this silver whatever just about blew me off the road, and I wish I'd have had that the other day, by the way. But you're not just, you know, at intersections going, oh, they blew a red light, so
Right.
send
It
somebody
doesn't
over
have
there.
that technology, there's no video to it, so, yeah, it's basically taking a picture of, just like Laura Ann showed you, the back end of a car, and doing the identification on the make, model, and the other specifics of
Yeah,
it, but
because
there's,
I've had one on some freeway when I was on vacation, you know, I
yeah.
didn't go through the right toll booth. And my daughter got a 50-cent bill for her car because
Yeah.
I was driving it.
I know there is technology out there that does that, but the cameras
this
we're looking
isn't.
at does not do that
Okay.
at all.
And I think a lot of people have been concerned about that.
Just following up really quickly on
Yep.
Tracy's question, I am kind of curious about that level where something changes. So, you know, someone calls and says someone's driving crazy, are we accessing it for that? Or are we looking for a crime committed, you know, there's been a hit and run, or I've witnessed an accident and they fled the accident?
So if Deputy Roy had a complaint from one of your subdivisions that,
This one specific car.
Yeah,
keeps
specific car.
Speeding through the subdivision.
then he would be able to work on that complaint for East Bay Township for your neighborhood. He would be able to access the system for something like that because he has a complaint. So, you know, it's kind of a case-by-case type basis.
Okay.
And the one thing I want to be able to do is for your, because it's a costly system that you guys may be investing in, for the CPOs, which you guys are paying for, I want them to be able to solve problems that your township residents have. So, and that would be my answer to a question like that, would be that, yes, the CPO could access for something like that, which technically might not be criminal, but, you know, reckless driving is a misdemeanor, so that is criminal. And again, I guess if you can have a chat with somebody and slow them down before a crash occurs and somebody gets hurt, then that's a good day, I guess, right?
Sure, thank you. Matt, you said you had some questions?
Yeah, are you the only one offering this technology out there, or are there other companies doing that?
So there are other companies that do automated license plate reading. We are the only company with our network. And so when you think about the $2,500 you're spending on one camera, it's really the ability to access all of the cameras in Michigan for an investigative resource.
On the Flock system?
Right.
And you don't integrate with the other, at all with the other companies?
No, not with the other vehicle recognition technology companies.
Because my only, you know, Traverse City goes Flock, but Petoskey goes somebody else. Where's the?
So that's one reason too. We know, how many agencies in Michigan have Flock, or nationwide, or I don't?
In Michigan, we're over 75. Nationwide, we're over 2,500.
We know that a lot of our, well, just from us using the system over the past couple of months, we're having like a tremendous amount of, like, it seems like all our hits are coming Grand Rapids area, and like Kent County, Wyoming PD, a bunch of those PDs down there in those areas are all flock safety. So we're feeling like flock safety is where we want to be, as far as affiliation with that type of camera system.
And is that the only technology Michigan State Police uses, you mentioned?
I think they use I don't know the name of it, but I think in the Detroit area they do flock, which is what they're putting up now. I did talk to Captain Smiley, who is the captain down in that metro Detroit area. I had a lengthy conversation with him because they're utilizing the flock, so I was kind of picking his brain on, and he was talking about starting to push flock north even. We're in the 7th district for the state police. So he had even had conversation with their 7th district captain about this technology coming north. So we're hoping, and we're, so every month, we host a regional detectives meeting at our agency, which I run that meeting, and so I'm able to, present basically whatever, we do roundtables of the room, and I had mentioned flock safety cameras at last month's meeting, and had 2 detectives from other area counties come up and want to know more about it and want contact information for flock. So we're hoping that we're kind of spearheading some flock safety growth in northern Michigan, which again only helps us, right? Because I mean, we have criminals who will go to Petoskey or Charlevoix and come and go from the area, so we never know where they're going to end up going. So, but if that answers your question,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, that's good. You mentioned that it would be at your discretion who you're going to share this information with, or who would. So you pick those, but you get a lead that stolen cars headed to Van Nuys, California. Do you have access to be able to click into their cameras and on top
So
of
as
that?
far as access goes, it's basically the photos, correct? So access to like the photos or that information is what has to be shared, like the Kent County example. We had access to their flock safety cameras to search to see if a vehicle had went past one of their cameras. We just didn't have access to their photos until they granted us permission for that. So when cameras are installed locally here, Grand Rapids could search a plate, and if it hit on one of our cameras, they would get notification of that. They just, unless we had clicked a button to share our photos with them, they would get the hit information and everything, and then it would be up to, we could share that one photo with them if we wanted, or we could just give them access to, if they had more hits, then they could access those as well without having to call us every time, so.
So like 2 levels of clearances.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt.
My only other is back at the board level. Since this would be an ongoing expense, can we put this in the police fund under that millage?
Yeah, so one of the things, I put the fund balance for the police fund for you here. 7 cameras at $2,500 is $17,500, plus we would have to do the additional 7 cameras, the installation at $350. For the first year only, correct. So that's $17,500 every year. I appreciated one thing that you said, I think it was you or maybe it was under Sheriff Shea, that, East Bay Township takes its emergency services seriously. And I think we do. When I look at all the time of millages across the township, right, to see how competitive we are, how much higher or lower we are, and obviously our township millage is low. Where we become tied or even higher in some instances is with our emergency services. As you guys all know, we provide our own ambulance. We are in with Metro with 2 other townships that has a high level of skill and training. And we have 2 CPOs, which is, and I've talked with the CPOs and I've talked with the undersheriff many times about the number of CPOs that feels right for our community. And 2 does feel like a good number. So all of those things those are paid straight through that millage, and that's where we pop up or pay a little bit more. And when people say, well, did something happen, did the millage go up? And I told them, when you see East Bay, from my experience, if you see a millage change, it is in emergency services. It's because we had some capital need or ongoing staffing need. So we do take it very seriously, and I do really feel confident that you have good coverage with those 7 cameras. My initial inclination when I saw it was, and the captain and undersheriff know this, I feel pretty strongly that I wish this were county-wide, because I do feel like coverage on a county level is going to make this the most effective tool that there is. Right now, that's not where we're going. But I look to where we came from with pictometry, remember? Tried to do that countywide, didn't work out. Some townships, the city, another township added, another couple townships added. We added in, 2018 or something like that? And we found it valuable, a couple years using it, and now the county has stepped in and collaborative process, which kudos to them. I give them a lot of credit, and did through the process, because now we really share in that cost with them. They take about, I don't remember the exact contract stuff, but it's about 50% they pay, and then the other 50% for pictometry we pay out. It is a little bit less than what we were paying before. So I would love to see, because I do think that there is a reason and a rationale where this is technology that helps potentially save on staffing. And we know that staffing is an issue. I think the sheriff, even if I asked you if you were fully staffed, even if you said we're close, we also know that the numbers of what's fully staffed, I don't think have changed in a long time, considering the growth of our county. Would that be correct, Under Sheriff?
That's a fair statement, and we actually have, there's going to be some additional positions that are becoming available because of the SRO program.
Yeah,
You did
good.
right.
That's a week.
Yes, Mike? Some things never change.
Yes, that is 100% correct. We actually have a couple of additional positions that we are looking at because of the school resource officers,
Yeah.
which is going to generate additional positions for us and vacancies until we fill them. So,
Well, I'm very happy to hear about that. That's something that a lot of us have seen a value in and pushed for a long time, so I'm really thrilled to hear you say that. But again, going back to this flock system, I do see a value to the county overall, so I think when they have a value overall, I like to see that partnership from a cost perspective and funding it. But we're not there, and I think that's okay. We could move to there. What I look at is in my mind, I go back to the 2-year to the 5-year, right? So do we potentially do 2 years, see where we're at in data, and really look towards maybe doing something collaboratively with the county? Maybe do we do 5 years? Can we do 5 years? Right now, we do have a decent amount of fund balance in this account. You'll see we've got about $40,000 in fund balance. And we do have some liquor license fees at $45,000. So what we have done with this account, if you remember, this was re-stratified a number of years ago, which left more fund balance in the police fund. And so we have actually decreased the millage on the police fund slowly, instead of doing it all at once and jerking that millage around. We've done it slowly, so it's retained some of that. So we do have some funding. Question for you, liquor law enforcement revenues, can we legitimately pay for this system with that funding?
Legal question.
Okay. I would sure think so, but I,
Would directly be impacting that.
yeah. So anyway, again, it goes back to, I think the questions are, does the board have interest in this? If they have interest in it, are they fine with moving forward as just an entity doing it? And if they are, 2 years or 5 years? And, kind of what are your thoughts about that? Glenn?
I guess, this all sounds great, and I can see where it could be very good. My concern is we have nothing to base this on as far as what it's gonna do for us. I don't have a problem with a 1 or 2 year, providing there's some out in that contract where I expect to see maybe twice a year where somebody from the sheriff department will come in and give us a report of what they've done. Maybe the cameras didn't do anything for us. And from time to time, that may happen. But I just want to make sure we're not going to sign a contract that we're going to get stuck with and find out, well, it didn't do what we thought it was going to do.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Tracy?
Forgive me if your name. Didn't you say there's an opt-out at any point in
Yes,
time?
at any time.
And there's no charge for opting out?
So you'll pay to get the cameras removed. I'm not going to cite how much that is because I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it's no more than like what you would pay for the contract.
Okay.
So we could do a longer contract and opt out if we don't find a value.
At 2 years, 3 years.
Well, just.
So there's no
because they cap the 2,500.
There's no benefit to doing a 2-year versus there's no detriment to doing the 5 years, what you're saying at that point. Mhm. Other thoughts, discussion?
Well, number-wise, I guess, I think, in my opinion, 7 seems like a very small number for cameras. You think of one intersection, you got cars going 4 different directions. You'd almost need 4 cameras, right? So that's not the way you would set them up, I realize, but, and the cost of $2,500 a camera is pretty minimal when you put it out as a millage. So I'm under the thing, I think we more like 10 cameras for a 5-year contract and let them do what they need to do. Can we scroll back? Let's say we put 10 cameras out there and decide we only want the 5. At any time, cancel part of the contract. He's never asked me if I had.
I was going to say,
People don't typically ask that question. We actually have communities are more likely to add more cameras over time. So that's an option as well. But I will say, with a shorter contract term, you could get more and then decide to cut back in a future arrangement.
It's interesting that the questions we've asked where people have maybe receded their level of involvement with Flock, they, haven't experienced as much. And I realize that's, coming from a rep who's here presenting to us, but I also think it's very genuine because otherwise she'd know that number for retracting the cameras pretty quickly. Yeah. Other comments, questions?
Well, I guess to Matt's observation, I would think that whatever the sheriff department said they think would be ideal, that's what we should do. And then if we find out we need more, then that's something rather than put more out there and, I guess I've got to take their word. They're the ones that's out there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get some opinions, and I would like to try to come to a motion, because I think I hear a lot of consensus here. But go ahead, Mindy.
Can you search by partial plate?
They can.
Okay, and then is there an option of having a portable one, if you will, that the officers could put at an intersection because this intersection it's Cherry Festival and something's very different?
Are you an engineer?
Yes, I am.
Yes, we do have a Falcon Flex that is mobile, and it's a little bit more expensive. It's about $3,000, but that is an option. I don't think that's something that the sheriff's office is looking at right now, but certainly something that could be looked at in the future.
That's really intriguing with the type of ebb and flow of we get in some traffic. I will say, I think that where their picks were for the spots, and one of the reasons we don't go into the details here is just that's not a great idea. But they had really good cover. I was impressed with it, and my first thing when I see something is why, or why didn't you do that, you know? And I thought it looked really good. Did you have another comment?
I think the county needs to get one of those portable ones.
Matt or Sue, did you have any
Fun that way.
comments?
Another question for Laura Ann. Under the agreement, Flock owns the cameras, right? We lease, we're basically buying.
Yes.
Buying a service, buying data. Do you guys guarantee uptime on these units?
That is not currently in our contract.
Okay. So bad weather, something happens, there's a hardware issue or a software issue at the camera. What's y'all's response to get that camera fixed and back online?
Yes, we have about a 72-hour service level agreement, so we get out as quickly as possible.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. And yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm certainly support, getting these cameras and kind of making a run at it to see what kind of value they can add to the community. Certainly want to take advantage of some cost savings, but at the same time, I'm more inclined to support maybe a 2-year run with these and kind of bring it back as an opportunity to bring it back to the board and kind of really do a deep dive as to what results have been over the past couple of years.
Okay. All right, good information. Sue, do you have any comments?
I appreciate all the comments, the presentation. I had heard some grumblings from one of the other townships that the board was all in, but the public wasn't. But I think it's because the public's perception was that we were going to try to catch people speeding. We were trying to create something instead of trying to be more of a process to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think that's what a lot of the, misperception of the system is. And I would say, I know Beth has my email address. If you do get like additional concerns, if you guys approve this tonight and tomorrow you get an email, hey, and don't have the answer to that question, please email me and let me know. And I'm happy to reach back out to you to get you an answer to whatever questions you may have, because I know, you know what I mean?
Sure.
I know how that all goes too. So I just want you to know that after tonight's meeting, if you guys approve, that we're not just kind of dropping off. And please get a hold of me, because one of my biggest things is I 100% feel like the successes that we've had solving crimes in our county right now without cameras using the Flock system, I am like totally stoked about getting these up and going and producing a product for you all. And so I'm very confident in that. And again, so, I'm happy to do whatever I can to provide whatever information I can. And I know that Laura Ann as well, and I know they have a PR person as well, who that's kind of her job, right?
Yes.
To do that. So we definitely will have answers for you if you have any questions, so.
Appreciate it.
One of the, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I wish that this would have been available. We have some long-standing unsolved tragedies. If this could have been in place, maybe there could be some resolution for some folks that are still wondering what happened. That we can't fix that. We can only say moving forward, we have this capability. Do I wish all of the county had it? You bet I do. But I don't want to be one of the townships that's the holdout. So I see doing more bang for the buck, going with the 5-year. If it doesn't seem to pan out, there is that ability to opt out. Yes, there's a cost to it, but it's a savings because we're doing $2,500 apiece instead of $3,000 apiece. And I would go with the 7.
One of the things I want to mention to people, because when I hadn't heard anything about it, when I got an invitation from Under Sheriff Shea and Captain Fulis to come to the Garfield Township meeting, and I heard a little bit about it, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm curious. And I had a lot of preconceived notions as well. And I would say I felt very good after watching the presentation at the Garfield Township meeting. I would hope that if anybody watched this meeting, they would see that we're we are very aware of some of the concerns and have some of those, but we understand there's some things in process or in place to prevent some of those concerns or to allay those fears. And, you know, I was someplace when an article about an Amber Alert came across my phone. I don't think it was an actual Amber Alert. It was an article about something that resulted in an Amber Alert. And you know, because this was coming up on our agenda, my mind immediately went here. And I have been preoccupied with the cost because I'm always looking at these funds and the millages and it adds up pretty quickly, right? $2,500 a pop. And, but honestly, you know, if we get a missing child, I mean, that just gives you chills. And I know that it can't always be that extreme, to have an extreme argument to rationalize the costs. I get that. But I think there's a lot of really good instances where we've heard and seen that this has been used. I'm not going to make a motion, but if I could try to put together everybody's information into something, then maybe someone will make a motion. Well, what I was going to mention was the 7 cameras, because that's what the Sheriff's Department is suggesting, and they have researched and worked with Flock for good placement, and they've come up with that number. As I said, the range that Flock looked at was a pretty big range, and they've come up with that, you know, trying to titrate the need and the cost and the locations. So I would go with their recommendation, and then whether it's 2 or 5 years, I hear these concerns. I also know $500 a pop times 7 cameras is a pretty decent savings in year 3, 4, and 5 if we're getting those kind of results. I also hear, you know, we can opt out of this contract. So I guess what I'm suggesting potentially is we see if we have support for a 5-year contract with the specific annual dates to have the sheriff's office back to us, and we look at that on an annual basis. And of course, we have a July reports meeting. That would be perfect timing, because if they came back in a year from July, they would have, and I'm not saying that would be the first time they'd be back, but if we made that every July part of that review, where are we at with the data, how has it been used, audited, and for the benefit of the community, and we do that on an annual basis, then we can make that decision potentially if we feel like we need to end that contract sooner. So that's kind of what I'm suggesting. If you would, I mean, 7 cameras for the 5 years with a, yep.
You said you were going to do public comment on this, did you?
Oh, I did, didn't I? I'm so sorry. We have such a limited audience, and I expected there to be more with respect to this. So let me do that. Is there public comment regarding this agenda item? Thank you for that, Mindy.
Well, you
Okay.
didn't need it.
Well, but I'm glad you kept me true with my word there, so.
Well, there were going to be people here today.
Yeah, I think if we were to do that 5 years, it would be nice to have that dedicated verbiage in the motion that, you know, that we will review the contract annually.
I'll just say right up front, I will vote against it for 5 years. I want to see, you know, technology's going to change in 2 years anyhow.
Okay,
So I would agree for 2 years and see what we got at the end of 2 years. Yeah, you might save some money by going 5, but maybe something's going to change between 2 years and 5 years, so. That, I'm just being upfront on it.
sure, that's fine. Any thoughts on that?
Just from a financial perspective, is the expectation that that 5-year contract is payable in full now, or is this something that renews annually at that rate?
It renews annually at that rate.
Okay.
So I have a question. Laura Ann, if you want to come back up. So to speak to Trustee Lyle's concern about a 5-year contract and the software capability, what is the upgradable possibilities? Is that something that is done routinely? Is it done the push of a button? How are these cameras upgraded?
Yes, so with these vehicle recognition devices, there wouldn't be any upgrade beyond the, vehicle recognition piece of it. I think the point about wanting to make sure that it's valuable for the community makes a lot of sense, but there's nothing that is going to be added that would be drastically different and drastically more capabilities than the vehicle piece. There are other tools out there that are not vehicle, right? We've got gunshot detection and other types of technology, but this is specific to vehicles.
But when the software is capable of being upgraded, is that something that is upgraded, the software-wise?
Oh, yes, constantly. We're always improving the user experience in our system.
That's what I thought you were asking too, that's why I popped out.
One other quick question. Go over the terms of a cancellation again with me. What are the costs with that?
Yeah, that's what I've been over here on my phone trying to figure out the exact cost. But so if you just get to the end of your term and you don't want the cameras anymore, you can just turn them off. We, I think, charge a small fee to come out and remove them if you want them removed from your community. But otherwise, I can get you the exact cancellation cost as a follow-up.
Okay. That sounds good. Are you thinking that the cancellation is just the removal of the equipment?
Yes, that's what you have to pay
Okay.
for. So you at any time can opt out of the contract.
Okay.
It's just to remove the equipment is what you pay for.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, other comments, questions, or
I'll make a motion.
motion? Okay,
I make a motion that we should enter into a contract with, I believe it's Flock Incorporated, whatever it is, for 7 cameras at the $28.50 a piece and a $350 installation charge for a period of 5 years. And I like your suggestion that it will, in the motion, to be, bring the sheriff's department back in annually to review the contract and how successful it's been.
okay, and just for clarification, if we could, I'll tell you what we could do is, that's $19,950 for the first year, and then that's $17,500 for every year thereafter during that contract term.
However,
The 350 is only charged the first year. So then it becomes 2,500.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, motion is made, is there support?
I'll support.
Okay, motion is made by M. Cortade, supported by Bartlett. Is there further discussion?
He had mentioned that at on an annual basis, in his motion to bring the sheriff's department in to discuss it, are we also going to discuss the renewal of the contract annually
Yeah.
at the same time?
So if it's fine with you, trustee Cortade, we'll just, in that motion, if it's fine, we will bring it back annually at the July board meeting for review of the software and the contract.
that's what I said.
Yeah. Mindy, did you have a comment?
How do we figure out if we can use the liquor?
I will find out the specifics on that. I'm pretty darn sure that we can. If we can't, we still do have the $40,000 in the other line item, but we have more than double that if we can't. Yeah. Okay, this is a motion for 7 cameras over 5 years, with bringing back the contract for review in July on an annual basis. Any further questions or comments? Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by no.
No,
Okay, the record will show that Lyle dissents. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Laura, for enduring the snow, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
The only thing I will add is,
Coming up to the mic.
Mike,
Mike's at the mic. I think it's fair to ask for data, and that's what we want to see too. So I think that what Glenn is asking, I think, is very viable in the sense that if you think of some sort of data that you want to see, make sure you ask us. Because I've already instructed Captain Fulis that you need to already be collecting data when we utilize these cameras or someone else's flock cameras to assist in solving crimes or finding individuals that are missing. Because that's what we are. We're a data-driven society, especially if you are an engineer.
And if you do have any questions of constituents to you, please forward the email that gave the link to the Garfield Township Board meeting, or forward them the link to this meeting, and then we can also get them in touch with the Grand Traverse Sheriff's Office or our CPOs.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on. We have ambulance, Station 9, dorm request, and part-time letter of employment. And our medical director, Nick Lemkool, is here. Hi, Nick, how are you this evening?
Great, how are you?
Good. Why don't you walk us through these requests?
So the first one is a additional dorm room for our station. As some of you know, back in 2018, 2017, they added dorm rooms because there were none in the station. They added 2 dorm rooms at the time. At that time, we were staffing 1 person at nighttime, and then we kind of transitioned to 2. Metro had a part-time person out there for a bit, and then they had a live-in program. And when that live-in program stopped for a little bit, we kind of transitioned our dorm rooms to take over their other dorm rooms. So we had 2 separate dorm rooms for our crews. Until recently, Metro has started staffing Station 9 24 hours a day, thus taking our second dorm room away. With that has caused some issues for our staff. The dorm rooms set up currently now are very small. So we're putting 2 people in a very small dorm room, or sometimes we might be sleeping elsewhere in the station, which is not really appropriate. So what we're asking for is we're asking to add a second dorm room into our office area of our station, which you can see in the drawing. This agreement that is being presented tonight is the agreement for the architect to do the construction documents, help with the bidding process, and then their normal site visits that they would do. And then we would move forward from there.
One other thing I'd like to add is the plans that you see that have been copied. This was the result of Pat and Nick and I taking a look and asking the architect to come up with some long-term improvements that would help for like the future and beyond. And you'll see that there are some, the first page, and I apologize, I can't see what page number this is, 40-something.
48.
48, thank you. Shows where that, that top left portion, that's the, you'll see the door to the outside. North of that, that's the current office. So in this series of 4 plans, the first 3 are made into 2 dorm rooms and a smaller office. And then you'll see on the next plan, these have to do with an addition that is to the south of that door. When Nick and Pat took a look at it, they felt like probably the most efficient was to do something with the office, which is the first options you're seeing. And when we decided to just take a look at bringing a request for 1 dorm room, we asked for that room to be a part of this, so that if this were fully built out, it could just meld right into it. So that dorm room that you're seeing that they would do would be a part of, say, for example, I think it's option 1, or is it option 2,
Yeah,
Nick?
it's that right-hand corner of the option 1, just
Okay.
that single dorm room. So in the future, we could expand upon if Metro were to staff a second person, which I don't believe is in the works right now. Or in the meantime, I could use it as my office, and we could use it as a crew office. We've kind of changed that room around quite a bit, so we're kind of sharing desks anyway between everybody, and it kind of works. But that's just for the future that we could do.
Yeah. Pat, did you have anything you wanted to add to this? And I guess, because I would have asked you, how often right now that we're staffing out there? What are the hours we're staffing out there?
Starting on Thursday, there'll be somebody at Station 9, 24 hours a day, 365. So I know it was a long-term ask of East Bay Township to staff the station, and we found a way to get it done with a lot of pain, but we got it done. So we have a brand-new employee that was going through probation, and that employee was working 6 weeks, 40-hour weeks, Monday through Friday, and so they were ready to go.
Okay, all right. And of course, one of the issues we have with the ambulance, unlike, well, not totally now Metro. Metro, you have one woman firefighter, but hopefully moving for even more. But with the ambulance, we of course have male and female paramedics more commonly, and so that becomes an issue in the tight quarters. Yeah. So questions from the board for Nick or myself or Pat?
I guess the first thing that came to mind, okay, we got 2 dorms right now. So one's utilized by Metro, one's utilized by the ambulance. You got 2 people on in the ambulance at night, so what if you have a woman and a man on there? And same way with, what if the fire department ends up with a female firefighter?
Yeah.
Is it
that's-
something that needs to be looked at rather than building 1 is building 2 in that office? Is that even possible? I hate to go through the process, build 1, and then 6 months or a year later come back and say, oh, well, we got to build another one. You know, if you're going to rip the place apart, is it cheaper and make more sense to look at 2 of them rather than 1? I'm just asking the question.
The answer is absolutely yes, but I can tell you right now, Metro has nothing in the budget for putting a second person on up there. We're applying for a SAFER grant for 3, so Metro would have to find money in their budget to put 3 more firefighters on to staff that second spot at Station 9. Is that what we want to do? Absolutely. Do you want to do as soon as possible? Absolutely, but I don't see it in the budget right now. Nor do I have money to build or to join with you on that second dorm. So what we have is, we have some flexibility when we staff, that we would just staff 2 gentlemen there. Nick, unfortunately, you're about half and half? That's a little more than half. Okay. So I can appreciate, and quite frankly, I'm getting pressure from my firefighters right now to get private dorms as well. So it's the wave of the future, but it's going to cost money to do that.
And I definitely wanted to make that clarification. This expense is coming to you as a sole, right now, as a sole East Bay Township expenditure.
Okay.
Well, can I add to that? You know, I look at this, and I agree with what Glenn's saying. And I don't know if you guys all have this one, but in order to add that second dorm room, you're talking 1 wall, then whatever you have to do on the outside as far as the window or whatever. And if it's not needed for Metro as far as a dorm room, it could always be used as an office space. So now you have separate office space between Metro and East Bay Ambulance. It's pennies on the dollar to do it now as it would be down the road. And if the plan is, or the hope is, and it's always been my hope, to have it fully staffed out there, that I look at it as I think we should just do the 2 of them.
Comments, questions?
I guess the elephant in the room, yes, East Bay would be paying for this, but is this something that will cause discussion at the Metro Board level that will delay the process?
I don't think so, because we're not asking for funding.
Because I think the first Band-Aid is 1 room, but I think that that is very temporary. I think 2 with 1 more wall and a door, and it looks like a unit vent below the window. I'm thinking it'd be the northeast corner would be the second dorm if we added 2. I think that we're cost effective to do 2. It still gives us plenty of office space and we're paying for it. And there is times where you may have crossover. And that way you've got the space.
I think we also need a women's shower in there, because the only shower in there is in the men's. So
That's unisex, not men's.
it doesn't say that on the door.
Well, they didn't got the sign up yet, okay?
The doors do say unisex on both bathrooms currently.
One of the things, if you don't mind me just interjecting for half a second, is I don't disagree, this is another, wall over, especially if you don't, make a second office portion there. You just do the two back portions. That one's a dorm or an office for whatever. It's probably going to be an office for quite a long time. But that station really, when I look at what was done with Station 11 and how it was improved, Station 9 needs more help than just even these dorm rooms. We're talking refurbishment of bathrooms, the common area, the kitchen, all of those things to bring it to a par level with other stations. I think really that should be a partnership with Metro. And however, we've done the other stations. However, for a multitude of reasons, we may not be there right now. And so, but the need is there for the sleeping quarters. And so I think let's just go ahead and move towards doing that sleeping quarters. And if we want to do that other wall, which is not very much different, do that. But I would like to see a more advanced involvement for Metro eventually to bring that again to the same level as the other stations. When you're looking at furnishings, floor coverings, that type of thing, those updated.
So can I ask one more question? The wall that I'm seeing here, that is a fire wall, correct? That full, I know where the dorm rooms where we had to make a firewall.
Yeah, correct.
And
And
so-
because this is now sleeping quarters, we have to make sure that it has an egress window. I believe the windows on the west side, they had to come out with egress windows in, so I'm not sure that the windows, which were the same make and model, may have to be replaced on the east side. But you also have to have it sprinkled. So if the whole building was sprinkled, then we don't have to worry about egress windows. But the fact that it's not, so the two dorms on the west side are sprinkled off of the domestic system. And it's only a 6-inch well. So we got to make sure that by adding two more dorms, that the domestic system can put sprinklers in there. So that's something that our architect, Cornerstone, would have to tell us. But yeah, that would be a firewall there.
We really wanted to bring this to this board first, because we know that there's been some tough issues with doing renovations previously, and we want to see if the board was acceptable to doing additional renovations, knowing that we would be doing these renovations. So I guess if I'll just go ahead and take a stab at this, I guess what I'm hearing is we want to look at taking and putting in, you can either call it one dorm and one office, or two dorms in the current office space. And we'll move forward in doing that with East Bay, for East Bay Town, as East Bay Township as the partner who is doing that fully. And that we would approve the, what is the document? What is it? Authorization to proceed. Which is at not to exceed 7,200. Thank you. Did I make a motion, or did I suggest one? Okay, well, is there support? Okay, is there further discussion?
The only thing I want to clarify, the 7,200 is only for the blueprints.
Well, and also for the overseeing the bidding, and I think it was also the construction management too. Yeah.
Nothing to do with the construction.
Yep, we'll be coming back with that.
That's nowhere near enough money for the construction.
I even talk about it.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, I just wanted to interject that, you know, we talk about, there's other stuff that needs to be done there. I think before we jump into something like that, somebody likes to look at that building, see if it makes more sense to put an addition on. And if they're gonna, you know, we're talking bathrooms and all that, not on this, but down the road a little bit. Maybe that's time to have somebody really look at that building and what needs to be done to make it feasible for everything. Because it bothers me when we start changing a building, because there's a lot of things that, the heating system and all this stuff, electrical, that you don't really see until you get started into it. And piecemealing, I know that financially, we have to do it that way now, but before we go too much further, I think we need to get somebody to take a look at it and see what we can do with what we got or add on.
So your point's well taken, and actually, we did that when we initially contacted the architects. The gentleman's last name is Nemitz, and you may not have had this second sheet. I think you
Yeah, I got-
did. So that second sheet, if you look at it,
Couldn't find my
your magnifying glass, I understand that. So if you'll see option 3 and 4 on that, and you'll see this section, I'm just gonna circle it here on
Okay,
mine.
that's an addition.
You'll see that?
Yeah.
That's the addition. And so we did look at that, and really, in almost all of the renditions that they did, actually in all of them, except for one, they did keep the bathrooms where they were. And just, you know, they put an addition with 4 dorm rooms to the south and possibly 1 additional bathroom. And I think we just took a look at how much are we using the space, how are we using the space? I mean, I think if we have that office space, we have that the one dorm room right now for the foreseeable future to be an office space. Eventually, if it were ever to be staffed with 2 Metro personnel, then it would turn into a dorm, and that office would come out into the open space there again. But where I really see we can do a lot of transition and utilizing the space is renovating that large community room, so it could be used a little bit better, and the kitchen area, and into that bathroom area there.
And one of the first things we probably could do is, I think we have space to put a shower in the women's bathroom, which goes into the crew quarters. So he drew that on an initial drawing that I don't think you have, but that's something that we think that we could pull off as well, but not right now. It'd be something that we'd plan for in the next budget year.
Thought they were all unisex.
That's what I was gonna say.
But habit, yes, one has a urinal, and I think a lot of ladies have issues.
We have one unisex
We have a unisex
urinal.
bathroom over here.
Actually, when I was gonna pull the urinal out, you don't know how many men wanted that urinal. Go figure. Go figure. Anyway,
I appreciate the work that the 3 of you put together to bring something to us. It is needed. We need to have Metro out there. I'm glad that you were able to find someone that is going to be there 24/7. And our emergencies aren't slowing down. Our need for coverage isn't slowing down. So this is a good fix for now, but it's not forever. It is for now.
and it's not one person out there, just so you know, like it used to be one person who they kind of fit their schedule to be out there some of the time. This is one dedicated person per shift, correct? That goes to,
Right now, red shift and blue shift are out there working since the first of the year. It's just on green shift, so we have only 48 hours a week that we don't have coverage, but that starts next week, or later this week.
Thursday.
So there's been people there since the first of the year, and it has paid off.
On St. Patrick's Day.
Aye.
Why?
okay, would you read the motion back, Ann?
Well, all
I have is you moved and Cook supported to do 2 rooms with Cornerstone Architects.
Right.
So,
I-
because we don't have a defined price.
Oh, I'm sorry, we did we approved the authorization to proceed with the architectural firm not to exceed 7,200.
And it was friend made the motion and multiple support.
Yeah, I picked
Okay, with that, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by no? Okay, we appreciate it. It's been a bit of turmoil, just trying to decide how to move forward, knowing a lot of the history, so we appreciate that. All right, thank you, Pat, so much for being here. Is he going to forgive me for asking him to be here tonight?
He said no.
Nick said, Pat was wondering if she'd be at the meeting tonight. I'm like, I'd really like him there. So thank you. We'll move on to the offer of employment, Nick.
I just have another part-time, this is a part-time EMT. He's been around the area for a while. Just looking for some extra work occasionally, and we have the need, so.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
I'd make a motion to approve the hiring of Charlie Starkey. As
Support.
presented.
Okay, motion by Bartlett, support by Escortade. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by no? Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you all.
Did I see where you're looking for a full-time also?
Yep, we're still trying to fill that full-time spot that we approved with the budget year. I'm just trying to find the right candidate that fits our,
Okay, have you have any bites?
a couple. There's more interest this time around since I posted it, so
Okay,
trying. It's just difficult.
Sharing it.
It's difficult to find people that
okay.
will fit our mold and want to change their jobs. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's see, we inserted H3, resolution of support for sewer project and congressionally directed funding. This is on page 5 of your supplemental packet, and this is a resolution for the same project that we had approved for ARPA funding, and we listed as the main priority for the 14 projects, I believe, that we submitted to the county. As you know, we were awarded that $2 million, and as part of the funding process, we know that some funds will be utilized from the sewer enterprise funds from both townships, and we have that contractual agreement already in existence with the townships as we completed the 31 project in 2020 under that same agreement. So we have been pursuing, and I say we, Doug White and I have been pursuing, reaching out to state and federal representatives and senators, and their staffs are wonderful, really terrific, and do a lot of hard work for their bosses. And we've been able to also speak with those representatives and senators, and have gotten some good feedback, and the process that they've given us through a senator and a representative is basically a type of a grant application that we fill out for congressionally directed spending. This exists on the state level. They're called appropriations, and we have filed that with Senator DeMoose's office and met with him with some really good feedback. And we now are filing with Representative Bergman and Senator Stabenow, and one of the things in Representative Bergman's packet was, resolution of support, and so this is the resolution of support regarding that issue, so.
Well, I wholeheartedly support it. I just felt it as an $11 million project. We ought to have just a little bit of comment made about it.
Yeah,
as
well,
opposed to just being-
yeah, and this is, and I want to comment on the $11 million. As you'll remember, we had the preliminary, we've already talked about this a bit, and we've invested in this already, not only in money paid out, but also in contracts that work yet to be done with Wade Trim. So those involve having done the preliminary engineering report. They involve had Wade Trim having their grant and funding expert do a funding analysis for this. And those have been imperative. I cannot tell you and how much I appreciate all of you authorizing those, because being able to go to those representatives and senators and having that much information has been crucial. And so I very much appreciate that. The other thing that we've authorized is for Wade Trim to do the application for the CWSRF, which is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. And that is a question we get asked immediately is, are you putting in for CWSRF money? Yes, we are. And while it's not inexpensive and it takes time and resources to go through that process, we also do know, and I'm able to convey this to them, that Wade Trim, sitting through the webinars, talking with the grant specialists and so forth, we don't know that we will make it in the first round for the first year, right? So we're putting in right now for the 2024 funding, and indications are, because we're not and I can't remember the terminology, excuse me, if it's like a distressed community or a at-need community, I can't recall, because all different programs have different data they use and criteria. But we're not completely comfortable with the fact that we would get picked the first year round, plus the level of applications going in is unforeseen. And if you've seen some of the data I've given you guys on the DNR stuff, it's been amazing. So anyway, when you apply for CWSRF, you are in the queue for 5 years. And when I say in the queue, it doesn't mean you're just next one up. You have to meet all the criteria and get selected. You're in the queue for consideration. Yeah, exactly. The issue with that, and that's what I've conveyed when I'm asking for consideration for other funding, is we have timing associated with the $2 million from the county. We don't want to risk that. So right now, while we haven't financially committed, and Acme Township hasn't, put together a resolution that says X number of dollars, we know from the resolution we submitted, the funding that we put forth towards Grand Traverse County was like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%, right? So if 9 million, you were looking at like $2.25 million, and that's what was our request from the county. They funded 2 million. So generally, and I had asked Doug, they're going through a rate analysis, how much he had told the rate analyst he needed, and he said, I think it's about $1 million. So with that, between those facts, we're looking at about 2 million from the townships, 2 million from the county. So we're getting there. We just have another 5 million from the first preliminary engineering report. Now, this past week, because we were talking to all those people, and Doug was very weary of where are we going to be at on the total price as projects, how that happened. So I did ask Wade Trim to go back and take a look, because it's been 9 months since the original preliminary engineering report. They've gotten in more bids, not just for other clients too, so they know how things are coming in. So they re-estimated, and we're talking $11 million. And so I did put that information in your packet. So we're $4 million on the way to about $11 million. And so this, again, will help us request that congressionally directed funding. But I'm really glad to get the opportunity to tell you how much we have been working on this lately, because we really have a lot.
I was going to say, I know you have been talking to everyone, because I see it on your schedule, and even today, you hit up Representative Bergman and his staff at a lunch meeting, and so I really appreciate the effort you've put forth, because if you weren't doing it, we wouldn't be sitting anywhere near getting even a seat at the table.
Well, I appreciate that, and like I said, I honestly couldn't do it well without the tools that you've given me. That is absolutely true. And the staff that they have. So we're not only talking, and we are working with the staff on all of the follow-up and finding out what fits the criteria, will it not fit the criteria, should we put in, shouldn't we put in? But I also like to try to get the FaceTime with the actual representative to be able to explain why this isn't just a sewer line. This is a sewer line that carries half of the county's waste, being all of all of East Bay and Acme townships, that there is no method for diverting this waste. Stop me, I'm going back to the 2021 repair was difficult because of COVID, but that's not the only reason it was difficult. We couldn't divert the waste. They had to babysit that thing for 5 days until they could get the parts and the personnel in with vendors. And they were able to fix it. And the night they had to fix it, they had to do it in the middle of the night. That's fine, no problem. But we also had to put out an alert to ask people not to shower that night during those hours, not to run dishwashers, not to run washers. And that's a big deal. You don't want to have that happen. I know when I mentioned that to a senator, they were like, yeah, that's not good. Well, we had no choice because we had to get the volume down to where they could manage it. This line doesn't allow us to, we have to generalize the condition, even though we witnessed it in some places, we can't inspect it like you should be able to align. This solution that they've put together is laying a nearly parallel line, given the land uses, right? So they may take a little bit different path, but and when you say, why is it so much to determine this? I mean, literally, Joe Slonecki was out there seeing where the right-of-way was, seeing what was built there, going out and taking a look at all of those properties and building that into the plan. And so this will lay a line, we'll divert the waste onto the new line, and then we will take the old line and we will line it cured in place pipe like we did on 31. And then you will have areas where you can shift the waste and divert the waste across it. So it's a fix, not just a short-term fix. This is a fix for, somebody else in our seats in 30 years isn't going to be having the same issue and the same problem. The last point I like to make, see, this is not a 30-second elevator pitch. My elevator pitch is a little longer than that. The last point is we have the capacity to do this project. So, right, you asked for $11 million and, it chokes you up a little bit, or minus $4 million. But anyway, we have the capacity to do this. We've done it. We've done it on 31, and we did it during the beginning of COVID. If you remember, we were out there in June of 2020 when we didn't even know how or where to house vendors or to have vendors be housed. And we were able to do it. It wasn't always easy. It was kind of tough, and people's emotions were raw. And so that was tough, but we got it done. And there's a new line down there, and it protects Grand Traverse Bay. And so it's a good thing. So now you have the benefit of my way too long elevator pitch that I've been sharing.
So this will be Resolution 2023-12.
So I'll make an motion to approve Resolution 2023-12, resolution of support of Sewer Force Main Lift Station Number 1 to Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant Project and requested of congressional directed spending items through fiscal year 2024 federal funding.
Support.
Motion has been made by M. Cortain and supported by Walters. Is there further discussion? We'll do a roll call vote. Ann?
M. Cortade?
Yes.
Walters?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
S. Cortade?
Yes.
Bartlett?
Yes.
Lyle?
Yes.
Friend?
Yes. Thank you for letting me get that out because I've been so involved with this the past week or so. Okay, or more. All right, with that, we will move on to ARPA. You'll recall that it's about a year ago that we looked at the ARPA funding and we used half of it. So 600,000 we put into lost revenue. We did it under the lost revenue. There's that $10 million clause. The Treasury recommends you take it under the 10 million, your accountants will recommend you take it under the 10 million as revenue loss. So we only did half of the time. If you remember, the first time we were talking about this and considering this, people were still getting used to the idea of where and what and who. And so we did half of it at the time. And so this is brought to you because the reporting date is coming up for me to go in and file for April for the next year. So actually not the next year, for the last 3 quarters of 2022. So what I would like to do is receive authorization. Did I put that in a resolution? Yeah. Yes, I did. Okay. To take that as lost revenue. So that would be the first part of this 2-part discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2023-13. A resolution establishing use of ARPA funds for the 4/30/23 reporting.
Okay, motion made by Walters and supported by Bartlett. Further discussion? I will just let you know, if you look at the resolution we did last year, which said $600,000 for March 2021 through April of 2022, Steve Krnovic and I were talking about this today, and we remembered when I went in last year, if you recall the timing about this time, our audit was finished for 2021. If I would have put any of the revenue loss onto 2021, it wouldn't have paralleled with our audit. So it's going to be an issue. We could have explained it, changed, but it was just a work for nothing. So I put all of that into the first quarter of 2022. So what I'm intending, while I haven't been in the system now for a bit, I'm intending on putting the rest of it in the last 3 quarters of 2022. That way it'll all be contained in one audit year. And but for the ARPA money, if you have over $1 million, you need a single audit, but we won't need it because of this. We may need them to just write off a letter, I think of some type of certification or something like that. Okay, any other questions or discussion? Okay, Ann will do a roll call vote.
Walters.
Yes.
Bartlett.
Yes.
S. Cortade.
Yes.
M. Cortade.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Lyle. Friend.
Yes, thank you very much. So the second part is, I was approached by a nonprofit to consider supporting their efforts through ARPA. You heard the public comment at the beginning of our meeting. In looking at some ideas, one of the things of their Mount Holiday's capital needs were the benefit fees for water, because they're going to be tapping into water. And I thought to myself, because geez, wasn't this a clever idea? We'll just grant them the water benefit fees, and I'll take it out of the ARPA funding and put it right into the enterprise fund, right? Not fully thinking it through, and then later thinking it through, and with the benefit of accountants and other officials who are dealing with ARPA every day. Yeah, that's not going to work, because we need to make sure that whatever we were to spend that money on in the water fund has to benefit all of the water fund owners. So that's not going to work. And so really, when you come back down to it, if you were to want to do something for nonprofits, what we need to do, right, if we take it as revenue loss, then that opens the money up to whatever we would normally spend money on. As you guys know, we can't just give money out to some place, right? We have to have either a contract for services, or we can do like a grant process. We can dedicate some funds, and it's very much a smaller scale of what the county did. So you decide how much you want to potentially put out there, and then you put out a process, which could be very simple, and create some priorities from the board. Say, for example, that you want it to, rest on, mental health, recreation, children. It doesn't matter, one of the, I think you could take a look at that county survey and see what residents feel are important, what rated there. So would the board be interested in doing something like that. Now, while this method doesn't directly, answer Mount Holiday's request, maybe they would get a grant, maybe they wouldn't, maybe it'd be another nonprofit. But truly, the end result of the process is the benefit of the community anyway, no matter what nonprofit it is. So I just I didn't want to take the liberties of saying to a nonprofit yes or no. It's not my place to, and so I wanted to bring that here to you guys.
Question. Can that money, any of that money be used for the work over at the fire station?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I have nothing against helping nonprofits,
Yeah.
believe me.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if we've got projects that we need to get done and the money can be used there, I would think that's what we need to do with it.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. I'm not so sure it's an either or. I mean, I do think we would have to come up with the money for the ambulance. You've seen that we have a capital improvement for the ambulance. Like, we have it planned out several years, and it's basically what they have. We don't have any building funds in there. So unless we want to drastically alter that, which then changes the millage, we would need to look at some type of infusion into the ambulance general fund or whatnot. I can't remember the last numbers on our general fund balance. Thank you very much. I want to say it's about 4 million. And that does not include the ARPA money. So does not include the ARPA money. That money is sitting in unearned revenue right now. So I've just verified that with the auditors today. Accountants, thank you. Auditors are in another week or two. I know, the numbers people. Anyway, so it does not include that. So I don't think it's in this or that. Now, recall, the process we were going through with ARPA is to do the capital improvement plan, which is part of the RRC process. RRC process is master plan, zoning ordinance rewrite, and capital improvement plan. And what we will do is use that 4 million less what we're keeping, come up with some, amount and rate, and apply that to the capital plan. And that'll have the ARPA money in it, because once it's taken as revenue loss, and then in 2023, that'll end up showing up in our fund balance.
So when are we going to have that meeting? It's been a year, we've been asked about that, and I know we were going out for an RFQP, whatever it is. But I really think, I'm like Glenn, I'm not against the nonprofit idea, but I think we need to have these board meetings to discuss how we want to spend that money.
Yeah, I do. I think, so if you remember in the original intent, when we weren't sure of some of the final rules and some of the revenue loss and so forth, we were looking at kind of a fall decision, information, from the departments, which we did do a very good job of getting all of those projects from the departments, right? And we did that because we wanted to be able to put in for the county funding, and we wanted to be ready for other grant cycles that came up, right? Like Spark and so forth. When then decisions were intended to be made in the first quarter of 2023. So we're lagging somewhat behind that, but not entirely very much behind that. And I think that having a more universal process and tying that into the RRC is much better than just pulling out the 1.2 billion and saying, where are we putting that? It should be very, I think that we should have, let's see, this is March. We should have back to us by May a recommendation on who to use out of that RFQ process. So it's an RFQ process, which is for qualifications, not necessarily their rate, but have you done this? Who have you done this with? How often have you done it? Type of a thing. What's your resume? So we should have that back to us by, I would say, May. And then we can go through that process with the full amount of funds. As far as the nonprofit, I guess whether you're for some amount of funds or not for some amount of funds is one thing, but if we do something, we could choose to do it at any point as far as the board could potentially, as you know, well, it could decide anything under the sun as long as it's legal for us, right? But we could say, okay, we want to take X number of dollars and dedicate that to a grant process. We could do that. We could also make that decision during the overall review process too. Those are just some of the thoughts and the ideas. Myself, I kind of in a way, well, trust me, I look at projects like the $11 million project and I want to use all of the money for things like that. I kind of like the idea of putting like 50,000 out towards a nonprofit and then letting the nonprofits in our community know, hey, we'd like to, receive some proposals from you. So you just put out a request for proposals. Like,
Well, but that's what I say. I think we need to have that discussion because, as I've mentioned before, I think we have some bigger needs than maybe would have been addressed as far as this building is vastly becoming outdated. And so there needs to be something there. And that needs to be part of that discussion before we dedicate any money towards anything else. I think we need to come up with a game plan. That's the whole idea of having a board. I just wish we could just get together and have that meeting and have it on the agenda, to have that as a discussed item.
well, I think we absolutely will. We just, we'll get the qualifications and do that. Any other thoughts on, in particular, the specific question? Because I do want to let at least nonprofits know as to whether, we're not really interested in doing that at all, or we are open to that. We did it, or we're considering doing that in the future. Sue?
I think that we could ask them to please wait and watch, that we do have this RFQ coming up. And at that point, this board will be doing either a strategic planning or whatever to even see what projects this board feels internally need to be taken care of, whether it be Station 9, whether it be trying to find another space for our, the person that's going to be in the planning and zoning.
The fellow.
The fellow, thank you. What the needs are with 9 days of early voting, what's going to be the obligation that the township needs to have for that. Those types of things, the parks, those are all needs that we need to, as a board, discuss. We need to know more what our obligations are, to know where we're at with additional funding for other things. I think as long as we do the same thing, like when we do the auto response to folks that send letters to the BOT. Watch our packets, watch our agendas, stay tuned. We're not saying we're not going to do it, but we are saying that this money only can be spent one time. Yes, it's been put in a way that it is now general fund money that can be spent more than the 1.2 or less than, but that everything that we would do in this building or in Station 9 or at our parks does benefit the entire community, and we can only spend it once.
Okay. Matt, who else hasn't spoken? Tracy?
I would agree. I'm not sure that I think there's room someplace in the capital improvement. CIP. I always get them mixed up. I think there is room for an ARPA or for a nonprofit portion. I just don't know what that is.
Okay.
And don't know what the process would be, whether it's a grant application or,
Okay. Matt?
I would propose, at least on item number 1 for the amount, considering that, it's been a long-standing policy to contribute 10% towards asphalt, like we did tonight, that 10% seems like a good number to contribute. But at the same time, with all the other needs, I guess I'd feel more comfortable making that decision after it's kind of all laid out on the table.
Mindy, are you good with kind of what you're hearing in
Yeah,
general
but
from
I didn't
everyone?
get to 10, I was only at 2% because that's what the tribe does.
Okay, well, I do have them, there were 2 topics on the ARPA, and I do have the resolution, so I will file the rest for revenue loss. And then I will communicate to the nonprofits that the board has not decided not to offer any funding to nonprofits, but not right at this dedicated time. So to, continue to watch the town, be in touch with the township. Okay, very good. We will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Arbutus Lake Number 5 Project Award and Parkland Grant Application Resolution. So, oops, I don't know how that got popped into there, you guys. It should have just been you can see I must have done a cut and paste error in there. It should just be the Arbutus Lake Number 5 Project Award, because the park. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even see that part, so. Garth, you are so kind. Do you want to come up and sit or stand? But I don't know which you feel more comfortable. I'm happy to stand. Okay.
Sitting since 6:30.
So I asked Garth to be here because Garth has been doing a lot of work on this project. So every time I get something regarding Arbutus, it's been Garth who has been working on it. And I'm trying to get to the page in the agenda here real quickly. This starts on page 57. So you'll recall that this was awarded in 2020. We tried to get ready for 2022 construction, and just getting through the Eagle permits, getting through the design, then the Eagle permits, and then you have to put your plan specifications and bids into the DNR to be approved. By the time we were done with all that, if memory serves me, we were about midsummer last year, which was not a great time to go out for bids. Everyone was busy. And if they did get back to you, and they might not because they were busy, they were looking at trying to fit something in under the fall. We just didn't think it was feasible. So then we were looking at, do we chop the project up into discernible parts? That didn't seem good. So we ended up holding it and bidding it this winter, and did get 2 interested parties. I did include some extra information for you. I just thought this was interesting on some of these material costs. If you'll see that 10-year, it's just quite amazing. And then even what they project over the next year, well, some go down, some still have double-digit changes, and of course the wages. So these impact, obviously, all of those costs. I did mention in here any changes that we saw through the process of Eagle and the DNR. Eagle specifically, you'll see it was pulled out here, asked to remove the rain gardens from the scope, to route the stormwater to existing wetlands to the northwest end of the site, and the change complied with our stormwater ordinance and was approved through the Eagle permit. And then when we were going through with the DNR on the PSBs, their changes were pretty minimal, but it had mostly to do with like the ground and like how we were setting the picnic benches and if they would be ADA accessible, and, no, don't put them there, put a concrete pad over here and put the table on that. So that was most of those changes. Can you think of any other significant ones?
No, those are the main 2. The ADA grading out there was the challenging aspect, so it's a time suck, unfortunately.
Yeah. So we did get the bids in, and you have the tabulation of bids. We knew this project would be over the 600,000 that came in on the applications. We knew that was on the low side going in, plus this was all created and done prior to something called the pandemic. So anyway, the low bid came in at 833. We had this project in the budget last year in 2022, didn't do it, so obviously that gets all rolled into that fund balance number. So with that, we have Garth here for questions, and really ultimately, what we're looking at is, we would like to get a motion to approve Spence Brothers as the low bid so that we can get them on the schedule and also ordering things because lead time can be significant on some stuff. So questions for Garth or for me?
Go ahead.
The plan that's in the packet, although I don't have the whole thing now, when I looked at it in the computer, it still had the rain garden in it.
The construction plans should not.
Okay.
We don't have rain gardens in there.
I've got the, do you want me to grab the prints?
No, I'm just, the
Okay.
one that's in the packet still has a rain garden in it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that must have been a preliminary drawing that made its way in there.
Just wanted to let everybody know that's not the current one.
On here?
That's not, no, there's a rain garden right here when I'm looking at the plans on the computer from the pack online.
I don't know, this is,
When it looks like it's printed actual, not size to the page, that's what I found with the plans for Station 9. They didn't catch that with this.
well, let me have you pass that one down real quickly. You can see the rain garden is out of that area. And I think, how were they diverted? Weren't they suggesting this like tube that was
Yeah,
much?
we initially had a trench drain in there, but that was going to be more costly, and so we found a way to use part of the sidewalk to divert the water instead. So, if you look on the back of the August 2nd, 2022 estimate, there is a full site plan on that page.
Not how we got it.
Yeah, I don't think, I just
Okay.
pulled the one site plan out from
Gotcha, okay.
all of the prints that had just a plethora of detail. Yeah, here, let me pass that one down.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
The grant money that we were awarded, that 300,000, is there a time limitation?
As long as you're working towards it and you keep them updated, which we have.
That was my assumption, but I didn't want to not ask that question and find out.
The DNR is, yeah, I don't know where,
That's for the camera, that's where I got the rain garden.
oh, that's where you found, okay, that's why, because this is the camera. This is the camera bid, which he had the old original print. And so, yes. But it doesn't impact the cameras because as you can see, the cameras are all located over near the bathroom. I was like thinking, what? I did not put that in there with the ring. Okay.
That's where I saw it.
Okay, thank you, because yeah. Between forgetting your last name earlier and that, I thought, whew. Okay.
It's a little bigger too, if you guys want this was in the packet up there.
So I was just finishing saying the DNR is really excellent at working with you. You know, if you have any glitches or anything like that, as long as you reach out to them. Because I one time joked with them, I'm like, between us getting the grants in the end of 2019 and in 2020, which was all main COVID time, so it's just like everything is excruciatingly long. I'm like, I said to him one time when I was at the M Parks last year, I said, I'm like your redheaded stepchild of grant, you know, and they're like, oh, no, you aren't. You're always in communication with us. We know what's going on. We're good. I'm like, okay. Just checking.
Got a question.
Yeah.
On this print here,
Don't look at that print.
Not that.
That's the wrong print.
Oh, that's the one.
This was part of, look, turn it over. That's Mardex's for the security camera only.
Mardex.
That's not supposed to be.
I guess what I want,
There you go.
That's,
I can't probably see that.
It's still on here, his question is still on here.
It's page
Okay,
64 in
on
your
this
packet.
print, it would be on the west side in the parking lot. There's two narrow, it looks like parking strips. Those aren't parking spots, correct?
I'd have to see what you're looking at.
Because he just gave his packet away to us.
Right there. and-
So the darker strip you see there is an additional section of asphalt. The lighter blue is existing asphalt. So-
Oh, okay, so you're gonna have the same width parking spot.
Correct. Those darker areas are where we are expanding the parking lot.
Okay.
We're squeezing out a few more parking spaces in there because everybody knows when you talk to people or have used that park, that is a premium there. And it'll be a very nice, it has been a very nice park.
Yeah, I
Last
think
summer
it'll
it
still be
was,
a full parking lot.
Always.
yeah. Last summer was a little tough just because we thought we were gonna be into construction, we weren't. So,
Oh, you can keep it. It's all right.
So the intent is to select an award based on this, move forward with summer 2023 construction.
that's right.
I'm assuming the park is shut down for the summer?
I would assume that it is. I haven't talked with the contractor to see the timing and how long that the improvement will take. So I don't know if it's, closed all at once for a short period of time and then partially reopened. We'll have to work with that with the contractor.
It's used all 4 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, scheduling
All
is
four.
something we tried, like, we didn't try to stage construction or anything, just to try and get competitive bids. Once the township, if they award the project and then issue the notice to proceed, the contractor has 150 days until they have to complete the project. Yes, as soon as the notice to proceed gets issued.
But that is all summer,
That's all summer?
Yeah.
so. But it will, it's the bathroom's going in, we're drilling up under the road, directional drilling up under there, so that's a good thing. It's also not inexpensive. Brand-new fishing pier. A kayak launch, what we did not have before, ADA accessible.
Correct, that is one of the culprits for the additional cost. Yeah.
The improvement of the wall. The wall is shortened some from what is there. That wall was never, as I talked with Brian Souza, never really installed correctly from the beginning. So it's always been an issue with the way that it is eroding. So this will be installed correctly. I can't recall the material that we're using right now, but we went through this with Eagle.
It's called ledge stone on the plans. It's flat-faced, large rocks that are 10 to 12 inches tall in step height, and then anywhere from 18 inches to 3 feet in depth, stacked on top of each other in like a large step formation.
And it has the beach area with the ADA accessible beach mat. And then there is a phase 2 to this, which is on that north side, which is actually not a huge phase, but, some improved playground equipment there that we'll take a look at after. This is, the low bid was $833 by Spence Brothers, and we have $300,000 committed through the State of Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund,
Leaving 533.
leaving 533.
Here it said 633.
Oh. Yes, sorry about that. Should have been 533.
So I would make a motion to approve Spence Brothers and to, whatever that document is, proceed.
Move to approve the Arbutus Lake Number 5 project to Spence Brothers Construction and the amount of $833 and approve the required contract document.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't find my.
That's okay, that's okay.
Support.
A motion is made by Bartlett and support by Cook. A further discussion. I'd just like to say, you know, while we haven't made the budget amendments, and I mentioned we'll just bring that back in April, we will do that. And this is something that we do have funding for. We have fund balance for. We added to the fund balance we've added to the fund balance for several years in a row. So we do have the funding to do this. It's probably one of our most used parks. And as you mentioned, it's used all 4 seasons, even in the snow with, you know,
Ice fishing.
yeah, very much so. So the motion's been made by Bartlett and supported by Cook to approve the contract with Spence Brothers and the appropriate documentation is noted. Further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed by no? No. Okay. We'll note that M. Cortade dissents. Thank you very much. We'll let you know how that proceeds. With that, we'll move on to the public hearing for the Grace McDonald Park Warming Hut Grant application. And with that, we'll ask if there's anybody who's here for the public hearing. And there is not. It is, what time is it, guys? It is 9:32.
9:32.
And since there is no one here to make comment for that, we'll close the public hearing. And so this application is the warming hut that was put into the 2022 grant application and then to the first Spark grant application. And while those were both turned down, you saw the enormous numbers. With the DNR trust fund this year, their investments shrank because they closed their reporting in September when the market was particularly tough. So that impacted how much they allocated that year. And it was just a tough year with that, and they spent less. And every grant application was $600,000 and more. And so there was not a huge surprise there. And then with the Spark grant, hopefully you saw those numbers of the total number of applications and the total number of projects that they were looking for, which was huge compared to, I think it was like they awarded 21 projects. So that's been pretty low. We had talked about the cost of this project being estimated at $472. You'll recall that that number originally came from the architect, Ray Kendra, that Wade Trim was utilizing, that did the design. You guys all had a chance to take a look at the design and modify the design, make comments on it. And while we were all surprised at that 472 number being a little bit on the high side, I asked Brian if we should take a look at that number going into this grant cycle. And he was able to, he took a look back at what like the bathroom cost was going to be at Arbutus. And he said, really with the cost we're seeing for that structure, similar materials, difference is this warming hut is bigger, but has less of the mechanicals. So he said, I would really leave it right there. He said, I'm thinking we'll be slightly under that, but I would not think that we would be much less. And again, you saw I think it was on the front of the cover page before the Arbutus, the numbers that we've seen on projects. That was probably one of the number one things mentioned last week or week before last at the Michigan Government Finance Officers Association, which was the projects. And these numbers came out of economic workshop that they put on regarding that. And again, one of the big comments was they wanted to have that in there, particularly because everyone's dealing with all of these projects and the costs that they're experiencing. So I thought that, again, that percentage increase was interesting. So this is to put the, they encourage you specifically and personally to put in for these grants. There are many that get awarded in a subsequent grant cycle. And so this resolution is to put that in for this next grant cycle in 2023.
How big is this warming hut? Is there any drawing to anything on
Yeah,
it?
you saw them last year.
I think it's 18 by 26, sticks in my mind. I don't want to be-
What was it?
It's a one-car garage, about 18 by 26.
It's a little bigger than, just a little bigger than that, I think. But you had the prints last year, and even before this, we looked at them to see if we wanted them changed or updated.
Okay, I'd have to dig through and find out when it was. But, I mean, when we're talking $400,000 for a warming hut, it blows me away.
You go to
Yeah.
Menards and buy that same kit. Now, I realize that's not the materials we're gonna use. They're like $12,000 to $15,000. And it's just I disagree with Brian's assessment that that's.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what all is in it. You know, a shell is very inexpensive when you're not talking 460,000 or something for a shell.
One time we had Hallmark, I think, I'm not gonna say who it was. At one time, we had a contractor think that it would come in a little less than 300,000, but we didn't have firm numbers or in writing or anything like that. Had another builder who thought it could come even less than that, but he was not putting in the quality of materials that we're talking about. We were talking about very durable materials. You're also talking about a glass, it's a overhead door, but it is glass. The thing is, this building will not only be used as a warming hut, it will also be used all summer long. That pavilion's probably the most popular place that we get rentals and people gather, family reunions, school stuff.
Rented every weekend, multiple days.
Right. So this will be able to be used in the winter and in the summer, and it will give us actually 2 places to rent or 1 larger place to rent. This, if you'll recall from the items that we saw before, the garage door is on the side of the current pavilion with a patio in between them and the grills in between them. So you could open that door, have space between, either use it as 2 separate gathering spaces or 1 larger one. And then on the flip side, what things like that don't have that you pick up at the lumber store are you've got glass doors and a glass viewing side so that you can see the sledders on the other side. And the one thing that I noticed when I was out there with the Parks Commission is, your caretakers aren't always the ones who have the ability to withstand the weather and so forth. And it's a nice thing to be able to have grandparents be able to go out, have more sure footing, have the warmth. It's also a great place to have gathering spaces as far as schools are out there. Just recently, I know my dad was out there. He called me one day and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm working. What are you doing?" And he's like, "I'm at Grace McDonald's. It's great here. I'm walking the trails." I said, "Great." And he goes, "It's crowded here." I'm like, "It is?" I said, "Well, send me some pictures." So like 15 minutes later, I got all these pictures of all these kids, playing all of the monkey bars and going down the sleds and everything. So it's very well used, very well used.
No argument about that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking what my daughter and son-in-law put up for a house was probably, I'm gonna guess, $225,000. And that's with the basement and everything. We're talking a warming hut for twice that much.
So a couple things. I mean, one, they did that before COVID. We've seen really huge increases. Also, that's before personnel shortages, price increases. We're also talking extremely durable materials. A lot of those things go into that. The other thing is, in the end, if we are successful You were talking about a $236,000 building for East Bay Township.
No, you're talking about 460,000 regardless. It's taxpayers' money, no matter where you look at it.
So you want to know where that money comes from for the DNR trust fund? That comes from the oil and gas reserves for the leases on the state. And it is constitutionally mandated that it goes into recreation.
I'll tell you right now, if we haven't got a reasonable number when this comes back to board, you don't even, you got a no vote from me.
Yeah.
That mean it's really insane to even think about building a warming hut for 400 and some thousand dollars.
How about a bathroom for 300? I mean, it's a bathroom.
You got a lot of plumbing. You haven't got $400,000 in your house. Now, we could use that for a warming hut. That'd be pretty damn,
You don't know what I have in my house.
huh?
You don't know what I have in my house.
Yeah. But anyhow, I'm just saying that, I mean, I think it just, I don't know who gave us the price, but it was crazy. And the price of lumber's come down.
That is true. That is true. So, like I said, we would.
But anyhow, let's wait and see what they come up with when they figure out what they're gonna do.
So I agree that the $472,000 is a very high price, but we're still trying to get a Sparks grant, and we have to go somewhere in a stepping stone. And so therefore, I make a resolution to approve Resolution 2023-14. Resolution approving submission of the application to the DNR Trust Fund 2023 grant program.
Okay, motion made by Walters and supported by Bartlett. Further discussion?
Just one last comment from me.
Sure.
As far as the plans go, I know we looked at them at one time. You know, that was last year. This may not be until 2025, so it'd be a lot of time has passed since his original plan was put together.
Yeah.
I know they're not a for construction set, but as part of this grant process, if you're selected and you're awarded the money or for a potential project, how much flexibility do you have in a final design
So
without foregoing the grant?
you do have some. It also depends on if you're changing anything, like ADA accessibility. You
Sure.
can't change anything with that. Did you want to add anything to that? I mean, you.
That's accurate. Anything that you
Yeah,
sell,
Anything that you use to sell the project in the grant application, they're gonna hold you to go through with it.
But if it's a material quality issue and there's some value engineering that can go to reduce cost, that's not going to impact, as long as all the functionality is still there that you sell, right?
As long as there's competitive, similar products.
Okay.
So one of the things, Mindy suggested a door, an access door on the east side. I don't know if you remember. We haven't updated the drawings for that, but we'll add that in the verbiage. And even if we didn't, adding a door onto that side would not impact the grant application. The other, oh, go ahead.
We have the ability to not accept it at that point in time.
That is true. The other thing, when I was talking with Brian too, he's like, Beth, think about, one of the things you need to think about too is, this is a 2023 application. You've seen how long it takes with these applications. Now, we're a little bit longer with the 2 successful grant applications we've had, because those were awarded during COVID, but still, they take a while. The application, we wouldn't even be awarded until December of next year, which is almost a year away. Then by the time you do the plan specifications and bids, you will be lucky to hit the 2024 mark, could be into 2025. And so, but the numbers don't change, so you need to factor that in as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, motion's made by Walters and supported by Bartlett's a resolution. We'll do a roll call vote. Ann?
Walters.
Yes.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Lyle.
Yes.
M. Cortade.
No.
S. Cortade.
No.
Cook.
Yes.
Okay, we will move on to the healthcare funding gap.
Thanks for staying, Garth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Garth. So this is on page 76 of your packet. And Sue, do you want to go over this?
Sure. We found out after the beginning of the year that the high deductible plan that we had for healthcare, the high deductible limit exceeded what we were able to fund with an HSA. You all received the letter that we sent out to all of the staff to let them know that there is a shortfall, an intended shortfall between what the township funded with an HSA and what the max out-of-pocket would be. Typically, that HSA covered max out-of-pocket. In some years, it covered very well. This year, we are significantly short because of changes in the 2023 plan. Beth and I have had multiple emails with our representative. We did a Zoom with the representative asking what our options are. Because the consequence that I think our goal has always been is we wanted a better product for our staff, and we wanted a better cost for the township to bear, but we did not want the burden to be on staff. And so what was available? So Beth had outlined very well that there are some options that we have. Before, we had an HRA program that at one point changed where you could not put the amount, like we're looking right now. We couldn't put more than, I think it was $300 in an HRA. That had changed, but our high deductible plan was much larger. That's when we changed to the HSA. But our representative confirmed that for this year, we could do a blend. We have already done the donation, the contribution to the HSA accounts, $3,000 for a single, $6,000 for a couple or a family. But the exposure for those folks is 4,500 or 9,000. So there is a significant gap. We have the ability to take out an HRA product that they would administer. That could be a portion of that, the difference, or all of the difference. There isn't a max contribution that can be done that way. It's still township money. It's only to be utilized if the employee, the insured, maxes out their HSA and has expenditures that they would submit for reimbursement. If they don't use it, that money is still township money. It doesn't go to the employee or the insured. That is one way we can fill this gap. It's a benefit to all of our employees without a more burden on their shoulders, except for the filing process. We can do a combination of additional contribution to the HSA product up to the max out-of-pocket that is allowed for the HSA, but it still doesn't meet the max out-of-pocket, I said that wrong, for the maximum allowed by IRS for an HSA, but it's still at $3,650 and $7,300. So there's still a gap for that $4,500 and $9,000. That gap between those could be done with an HRA product. I did speak with Tom today, our representative, and asked, moving forward, what would this look like? And it's possible he could present with us, I've asked him to, when he does the 2024 insurance funding, let us know what a complete HRA looks like, or another blending. just to see what that looks like moving forward. I think basically, and I'm kind of going around it because it is almost 10 o'clock on the first day with daylight savings time, after a long day. Ultimately, Beth and I are both looking at how can we move forward with a plan that doesn't expose our insureds with an unfortunate expense that they weren't anticipating, and this board never anticipated that they have. We worked real hard to come up with some options. Beth laid them out as 1, 2, 3, 4, do nothing, do a combination, do all. Our representative even said do a bonus, that you could do a tax liable bonus for the difference. I don't think that's realistic. I can wrap my head around an HRA product where it's still the township money if the insured doesn't need it. So we can bank on people being healthy and not using it, and those funds stay with the township. But if someone does need to use it, it's available to them without any larger burden. Just, Beth, if you want to take it from there and maybe encapsulate it a little more clearly than I've done.
No, I just would say that the 4 choices that you have really kind of span the spectrum. With one, as you can see, they kind of go from no additional expense for the township, but a risk and an expense for the employees, then through 4, which is, well, it has the one-time, basically everything being funded without the HRA. So it would have the tax rate on the employee, and it would have the full 25.5 for the township and 15 for the ambulance. Number 3, those costs are the same. However, your cost may come down from that 25.5 to that 15 based on what's not used out of the HRA. So it could be a portion of that. It just depends on the usage from the employees. And it kind of runs the gamut. We have all ages here. We have all spans of families, no families, all ages and everything. So there's no real way to say. There are some employees who will be at risk of hitting that, others who won't be at risk of hitting it, or even if they hit it, have funds left over from the previous year. Some don't. So I can tell you, it just really runs, it hits every, runs the gamut on that.
It's a uniform fix, basically.
Yeah, I mean.
Any of the 4 options would be a uniform action across the board. So
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm just saying is like, because I was anticipating a board member saying, are we really at risk? Are many people going to hit that maximum? And what I'm saying is, one, we don't necessarily know, right? Because we don't delve into how much somebody's using something or not. But I am saying that we have just about everything in our employees' stock, even though we have a limited, like 14 on the system. It kind of just runs the gamut. So I would add to this that I anticipate in this year, and what I would love to see is that we go out for bids on our insurance agent this year. I've not been very happy that this is coming to us in March. I'm not very happy at all. I think this should have been noticed, if not during the renewal, then most certainly during the open enrollment period. And I just think it was missed. But specifically for the insurance agent, I mean, this is what they do on a daily basis.
And they've been with us for a long time.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, he's not the one who came up with the HRA. I asked him, give me an HRA option. He was talking about FSAs, and I'm like, what are we talking about here? I'm looking online, can we do this? I want to know if we can do an HRA. And yeah, we can. Why did I have to ask him for that? Very nice man, very good company, but I think we should go out for bids.
Question. how did we end up in this position? Did we not bid this out? I mean, this shouldn't have been a surprise. If we bid this out, we should have known, and whatever they bid it, they'd live with.
Oh, because it's the same plan and the same program, when the renewal came, we were just told it was, what, a 4.3% increase for the same thing.
That we had.
And then when we got the packets and Beth had the time to review the packet, she had some hours, she was probably sitting and waiting in office, and she was reviewing it and saw that there was a gap, and emailed me and said, did I know about it? And I said, no, but I'll get right on the horn. And yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna, this is gonna pass because there's 4 of you sitting here that's gonna vote for it, but the problem that I have,
Go ahead, what?
no, watch and see. The problem that I have is people have had their HSA for a number of years. I have a hard time believing that they have spent it all. And the idea is, isn't each year you get it and then forget about it, even if you didn't spend it. It shouldn't be an increase in wages or savings. What it should be is for that, and if we come up short like this, I would think there's enough money in there to cover most of them.
In theory, one would think so, but how many new employees have we gotten in the last 12 months?
Well, and it
Eight.
doesn't matter, you have employees that may use it all,
Right.
and that's not up to us to
Um,
figure out.
We don't get to
Exactly.
see it.
I mean, I
Okay,
would tell
I'm
you.
not gonna sit and argue or disagree with you. Yeah, you could have an employee, but the majority of employees has probably got a pretty good nest egg sitting there for their insurance.
I can tell you right now, there's 3, and not including me, that this will hit.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, you're right. From my personal standpoint, so there's a gap that I experience, everyone's experiencing that gap. I'll probably go over that this year, but I have enough money in my HSA that'll cover it. It doesn't matter. It's exactly what you're talking about. But you can't say that about every employee. And that's why, that was my point in telling you that we have everybody in different situations, and you cannot pick someone and say, well, we'll do this for, that's, yeah.
Pick and choose, this is across the board.
Glenn, I hear you. And that's why I think this year we have to figure out the fix, whatever we decide on. But I do think the discussion in the future is whether we fully fund the HSAs or have a larger HRA. Because we had HRAs before, and everybody was happy with it. I mean, yes, I'm on the insurance, I get it. But when we had an HRA, you take the bill, if it was on her desk by Friday, you got your reimbursement on Monday.
Well,
There's
just for
nothing-
clarification.
And I was one that fought to keep it, and that we didn't end up keeping it.
Wasn't
Well, I
available.
think we were told.
It wasn't available, because I was a trustee at that time, and
It wasn't available through that company. I mean.
well, why didn't
they-
you switch
They changed
companies?
the rules within HRA, but now they have changed them again. That's
Okay.
why
That
it's,
discussion too is not only looking at, I think, the whole thing needs to be looked at, not just the insurance agent, but the carrier. Maybe we want to go to Priority instead of Blue Cross.
Well,
Maybe those things-
that goes part and parcel with the
Yeah,
insurance
we should be
agent.
looking into that kind of
Right.
stuff.
Because when you ask them to bid it from the insurance agent, they look at all the carriers too, and what the options are.
and I think Beth and I are on board that we are going to be
Yeah, no problem.
doing our due diligence on options, whether they are with the same entity, with a different entity, RFP, RFQ, whatever the case might
Well,
be.
I will tell you through the experience with several employees on short-term disability this year, I've not been happy with the information forthcoming. I haven't felt like we have had good support for those employees, and that's been tough for me. And I'm not talking about the benefits not being there. The benefits are there. It's questions, when they have questions. And that's difficult. So I would really be looking for something that would be more supportive to our employees.
So in my opinion, I think we have, of these 4 options, we have 2 that are viable. two that seem reasonable. I don't think that, one, to do no action at all, I don't believe I don't think that does a service to our staffing. They didn't ask for this shortfall. They were, that, we are an employer of choice. We don't saddle like that. I also, I look at the fact that this is township money. I think that to put it as an HSA up to the max that you can put in there and then an HRA, yes, it's reasonable to think about, but I would be more comfortable doing it all as an HRA, administered by a third party. I think they said it was $2.50 per policyholder to administer it. We don't want it because of HIPAA. I don't want to know what people are getting, their medical needs are.
I don't think it'll go through your office. I think
And
it goes
no,
straight to.
And it didn't before.
Yeah,
It
okay.
could, but no, it won't.
Yeah.
It will be done by a third party that
Yep.
sees it, and then they have access to our HRA checking account like they did before. They print the checks, or do the direct deposit, we do the journal entry. We'll keep track of it that way to know when someone's maxed it out so that we know they're doing their job on their side. But it will be on the insured, the staff person to do that filing, to send that off and to wait for that reimbursement. And hope that everybody stays healthy and doesn't need to use it. And then that money can go towards future premiums if the board chooses, like we've done in the past. Or it just goes back to the general fund or the ambulance fund as unused revenue.
So you're talking about next year?
We need to, but I want us to be able to go out for something that,
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is that you said 100% HRA, but haven't we already distributed the HSA money this
for
year?
2023,
blended
it will be a combination.
No, it's number 3.
Yeah.
It's number
It will be
3.
a combination in 2023.
It's the whole of the gap can be funded by an HRA.
Correct.
Okay, as opposed to, yeah.
Correct. So to me,
But this isn't in any different system than you were on when you were here. We haven't changed the plan
Right.
or the method since you were here. So I'm not sure I'm not sure where the beef is.
Well, beef is, number one, we renewed the insurance policy without a bid, so we didn't know what was going on. And I think we're more than generous with what we give at $6,000. What we're asking for is, or what the gap is another $3,000 for a family.
and they're saying it's because of the customized prescriptions, the custom drugs that they're now out on the market.
Yeah, everything's going up.
Right.
And the other thing is just like I said, I'll bet you that most people have got a pretty good nest egg. They're not in their savings account. Took me 5 years to use mine, and I go twice a year.
And we will never know because it is not our business to know
And
what they're doing.
I realize that. I'm just making a statement.
Yeah. Back when you were on the board, we started at 2,000, 4,000, and we were at 3,000, 6,000 by the time you transitioned to trustee. So at that point, when you were there, you were receiving the 6,000.
But anyhow,
So I would make a motion that we go with, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to mention something to Glenn, and I forgot what it was until it just came back to me. You were mentioning we didn't go out for bid. So every year, it's like the accountant, right? You guys have a insurance company in place, you've had it in place, they go out and they see what the best is amongst the providers and then give that back. If they see something that's a better deal, they alert the township. If they don't, they go with the continued system that they have. So the township has never annually always gone out for a bid, like with the insurance agent that you're talking about. Internally, the agent does bid out, if that's what you're thinking, amongst the providers, and they do that every year, even partially without our knowledge. I mean, you know, they will send some along, but they'll say, you're in this package, because that's a continuation of last year, and it's still the best package for you. But I don't disagree with you, just like we go out with the the auditor every so often, and those types of services. And again, from the level of service that I think that we've had and information this year, I do think, and I've seen another agency that I'm on the board of have really good service for its employees through a different agency. And I don't know if that's agency is the answer or not, I don't care, but I think we should put that out for a request for bids for the 2024 year. But we need to probably do that pretty soon, between now and I would say June, because we want to do it in time for, you know, to get it in and into the meetings for the December date.
Right.
I'm sorry, and I think I interrupted a motion.
Did you have questions, ma'am?
Yeah, so the total financial impact to the township is $40,500, right? That's what we're looking at with an option 3.
That's correct.
How does that, I guess, is that just a multiple of headcount times the
Yes.
disparity? Okay.
Yes, yep. And the option 3 is the same amount as option 4. The only thing is with option 4, you're not getting that money back. With option 3, depending on the employee's usage, we may see some of that back.
Right. Are there any mechanisms to hold the insurance agent accountable for this? I mean, it's a pretty big miss, right? I mean, is it just kind of a?
No,
No? Okay.
no. I'd like to not come up with the solutions either,
Yeah.
which didn't make me very happy.
No, understood. Okay.
Accountability is just like elections, you just move on to something.
So I would like to bring forth a motion. I make a motion that when we look at the budget and budget implications, that option 3, to add an HRA for the difference of the current HSA to the 2023 max out of pocket for the township, initially $25,500, and for the ambulance, $15,000, to be placed into an HRA that would stay with the township, to be rolled forward for future premiums if it is unused. But that would cover the max out of pocket for insureds.
Okay, motion made. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, motion is made by Escortate and supported by Cook. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no?
No.
Let the record show that Lyle dissents. And let's see if I can tell where we're at on here. Yes, she had to leave at about, was that about 9:45?
9:46.
Okay. Oh, good, perfect.
46.
Perfect. Okay. Are we on just possible closed session, is it? Yes, because we moved 3, so that's our last thing left. Oh, thank you very much. I know it seemed like there was one left there. So this is National Floodplain Insurance Program Ordinance and Resolution. We introduced this last month, and now it is on our agenda to pass this ordinance. We need to do so, and the agreement, and send that off to the state. And as well, we will send it off to the county because it is an agreement with them as well. This begins on page 20, what?
I had 17.
17, okay. Very good.
And this is resolution number.
How much did they change the maps?
I don't think too awful much. It's been so, to be quite honest, Glenn, it was 2019, 2018, 19 when they started, and I saw them at that time, their proposed maps, so I couldn't tell you from that many years ago, but,
This was in 15 or 4, well, maybe before that they started this thing, because I was here.
oh yeah?
And then it just laid dead for years. I was surprised when they picked it back up.
Well, yeah, they did,
We
and
were required to pass it every 4 years, right?
I don't
5 years?
I don't recall. I don't recall that interval, but I do know that we need to pass the draft ordinance 2023. Ooh, is that really 2023-01?
09.
No, the
Oh,
ordinance.
the ordinance is
Because, maybe we named this 01, but
I think we named it before the SAD.
no, that wouldn't be an ordinance. The only other ordinance we might possibly have is the moratorium. Did we do that in December, the second one?
That was December.
Okay,
This would be 01.
this would be 01, all right. So draft ordinance 2023-01, ordinance addressing the floodplain management provisions of the state construction code, and resolution 2023-09, which is the resolution and intergovernmental agreement between East Bay Charter Township and Grand Traverse County to manage the floodplain development for the National Flood Insurance Program. That last resolution really doesn't change, but they like to see you update it. And so who am I to argue with the state and the National Flood Insurance Program? So that is the request.
So I'd make that motion. I don't have to repeat it, do I?
No, you don't. But we meant to make you repeat it. No. Okay. Motion by Bartlett, support by M. Cortade. We'll do a roll call vote, and then that'll apply to both of those.
Bartlett.
Yes.
M. Cortade.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Lyle.
Yes.
S. Cortade.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes. Okay, now we will move to possible closed session, and you should have that on page 11 of the supplemental packet. There is a motion to go into closed session.
I have to go get my.
And that needs to have a 2/3.
You can,
Have mine.
no, I have everything you need. You don't need, I have the stuff you need. Don't worry about it. So if someone just wants to make the motion.
Make a motion to go into closed session
She's.
For the purpose of discussing, moving to enter closed session 8E under the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of discussing privileged and confidential communication from attorneys regarding trial and settlement strategy related to the pending Michigan Tax Tribunal litigation case with Center Ice 18-001093, right?
That's what he said.
All right. Motion's been made. Do you support that?
I'll support that at 10:13.
Support by Lyle. We'll do a roll call vote.
Who made the motion?
Matt Cortade.
Supported by Lyle.
M. Cortade.
Yes.
Lyle.
Yes.
S. Cortade.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes. Okay, will you just turn off the camera? Just go ahead and read that. There you go. All right, with that, is there a motion regarding the Michigan Tax Tribunal case MTT 18-001093 regarding litigation with Center Ice?
I would make a motion that we accept the recommendations of our attorney for
Negotiated.
negotiated settlement with Center Ice.
I'll support that.
So I just want to note that that is agreement to a true cash value of $2,174,600 with a taxable value of $1,087,300 for all years under appeal. Correct?
That's what I had said.
Okay, very good. All right, so that motion is made by Lyle and supported by M. Cortain, correct? Okay. Can you do a roll call vote, Ann?
Sure. Lyle.
Yes.
M. Cortez.
Yes.
S. Cortez.
Yes.
Cook.
Yes.
Bartlett.
Yes.
Friend.
Yes. Okay, very good. Do you have the minutes, or do you want to just approve them now? Are you fine with them? Okay.
Do you want the financial figures in the motion? Because I didn't put them in there. I put them on there.
All right, so is there a motion to accept the 3:13 closed session minutes?
So move.
Somebody else has signed that, but you,
Oh, okay.
so it just comes back.
Yeah, go to you.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, motion is made by Lyle and supported by M. Cook. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by no? All right, very good. Thank you very much. It's the end of a long night. Do we have any public comment? We do not, because we don't have any public. And I thank you very much for your attention. We had a lot on this agenda. And just to let you know, short-term rentals was originally supposed to be on this agenda too. And I decided that could not happen. So we will be looking for a special date for that. And so just be in touch with me regarding that, and we'll work out what we can. Thank you very much, and if there's no objections, we stand adjourned.
Beth, do you want the financial figures?